My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on Phelan-McDermid syndrome. I'm here in the studio with my co-host, Geraldine Bliss, the co-founder and president of CureSHANK, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Geraldine to provide some opening remarks. Geraldine.
Thank you, James, and hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on Phelan-McDermid syndrome, or PMS, as we call it. My name is Geraldine Bliss, and I'm the co-founder and president of CureSHANK, but my most important job is mom to Charles, my 24-year-old son who has PMS. At CureSHANK, our mission is to accelerate the development of treatments for Phelan-McDermid syndrome and SHANK-related disorders. I can't believe this day is finally here. A special welcome to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that are taking the time to be with us today. Thank you for giving us permission to hold this meeting. You're going to learn a lot from our amazing parents and caregivers, and we're excited to have you with us. Another special note of gratitude to our industry sponsors who have so generously helped to cover the cost of today's meeting. A heartfelt thank you to Jaguar Gene Therapy and Neuron Pharmaceuticals for your financial support. We are very pleased to have in attendance representatives from advocacy and professional organizations, pharmaceutical companies, federal agencies, and universities from across the world. Thank you for joining us today. But most importantly, I want to welcome the members of the audience whose lives have been directly impacted by PMS. The unmet medical need in PMS is great, overwhelming at times, and today is our opportunity to share our stories directly with the FDA, researchers, industry, and other stakeholders to explain the many ways that PMS affects daily life. Today's meeting is the result of many months of planning and people working together, and I want to extend my deep gratitude to everyone who has had a hand in it. Planning the meeting has been a joint effort between CureSHANK and the Phelan-McDermid Syndrome Foundation. We are grateful to have their collaboration on projects such as this, which ensure patient and family perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. PMS has a severe impact on quality of life, affecting our children in ways that can be difficult for people outside of our families to understand. Most of our children do not have speech and therefore are not able to tell their own stories or advocate on their own behalf. Many of our children are further disenfranchised by behavioral difficulties, sometimes severe behavioral disturbance that can lead to social isolation for them and their families. As you will hear today, many living with PMS are severely affected by psychiatric illness. Others experience epilepsy, sometimes leading to treatment-resistant epilepsy, like my son Charles. Hypotonia, sleep problems, and gastrointestinal problems are but a few of the comorbidities of PMS that further diminish health-related quality of life. Some have even lost their lives as a direct consequence of these common manifestations of PMS. Despite the severely debilitating manifestations of PMS, there are no FDA-approved treatments for PMS. My son Charles was diagnosed with PMS over 17 years ago, and in that time, the basic and translational research on SHANK3 has come a long way. I want to express my appreciation to the basic and translational investigators working in labs all around the world, whose work has led to a solid foundation of science that is now resulting in clinical trials already in progress and being planned for the near future. We hope and expect this meeting will encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with PMS who urgently need treatment options. For our PMS families, we invite you and your loved ones to call or write in during the program and ask that you participate in remote polling as well. We want to hear as many of your perspectives as possible. We will do our best to get to all of your comments. Please only use your first name. No other identifying information should be shared. Those comments that we cannot get to will be just as important because they will be collected and published in the Voice of the Patient report, a summary of this special day. To begin today's meeting, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Wilson Bryan. Dr. Bryan is the director of the Office of Tissues and Advanced Therapy in the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, Seaver, at the FDA. This is the part of the FDA that regulates cell and gene therapies. Dr. Bryan will provide some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Bryan, over to you.
Good morning, and thank you for that kind introduction. I am here today, along with colleagues from the FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research and Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words on behalf of the FDA. My understanding is that Phelan-McDermid syndrome is a rare disorder caused by specific gene mutations. A few decades ago, infants with Phelan-McDermid syndrome never received a diagnosis. Now, with chromosome mutation analysis, patients can get an accurate diagnosis, but there is still no effective treatment. Science and clinical research move forward slowly. At the FDA, I have the privilege of working on the development of new gene therapies. Over the past few years, the FDA has approved 10 gene therapies, all for the treatment of rare diseases, including 2 gene therapies for rare inherited neurologic disorders, spinal muscular atrophy and adrenoleukodystrophy. Most of these 10 gene therapies have dramatic effects. These are life-saving and life-changing products. Also, for 2 of the FDA-approved gene therapies, the clinical trials to prove the effectiveness of each product required less than 50 patients. Today's meeting will serve to advance the development and regulation of new and better treatments for Phelan-McDermid syndrome. These new treatments may be innovative devices, new life-changing drugs, or gene therapies. Particularly, what we learned at this meeting will help the FDA to think about how clinical trials should be designed. What endpoints are meaningful to patients? And how to balance benefits and risks of a new product. This meeting's Voice of the Patient report will become a reference document for FDA review staff as we consider proposed new therapies. As physicians, most of our education comes from our patients. And that education usually comes from spending time with individual patients. And the more individual patients that we spend time with, the better educated we become. Phelan-McDermid syndrome is a diverse disease with a wide variety of clinical manifestations. No 2 patients are exactly alike. So, while it is important that we hear the voice of the PMS community, it is even more critical that we hear the many individual voices of the members of this community, discussing the full range of challenges that you are facing. Therefore, I would like to thank CureSHANK for organizing and funding this patient-focused drug development meeting, and thank the Phelan-McDermid Syndrome Foundation for helping to plan this event. I also want to recognize Jaguar Gene Therapy and Neuron Pharmaceuticals for their contributions to this meeting. and thank them for the work that they are doing to develop treatments for Phelan-McDermid syndrome. Drug development is not easy. It requires many years of scientific research and a commitment of substantial resources in the effort to make life better for patients. All of us owe you a debt for that commitment and effort. I particularly want to thank the patients and caregivers who we will hear from today. Those of us at the FDA need for each of you to continue to speak up, and we will continue to listen. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. Next up is Dr. Alex Kolevzon to provide a clinical overview of PMS, which will serve as a scientific foundation for today's discussion. Dr. Kolevzon is a child and adolescent psychiatrist and professor of psychiatry and pediatrics at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York City. He leads a national rare disease clinical research network dedicated to clinical trials readiness and studying the natural history of PMS. He is also the principal investigator of several PMS clinical trials and biomarker studies. Dr. Kolevzon, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm really thrilled to be here to talk about Phelan-McDermid syndrome today. Here are my disclosures. I've been asked to talk about the clinical characteristics, some of the underlying genetics and the pathway to diagnosis, what we know about the epidemiology, developing new treatments, and then, of course, some of the challenges we face in clinical trial readiness. So when thinking about Phelan-McDermid syndrome, and especially as it relates to clinical trial readiness, it's critical to understand this is an intellectual disability syndrome. The majority of individuals are at least moderately to severely affected. Most have delays in achieving motor milestones, and all have language delay. Only about half of kids ever really achieve phrase speech, and only about a quarter are effectively toilet trained. So overall, PMS has a huge impact on quality of life for affected kids and certainly for their families. The clinical features are quite heterogeneous, but the majority of individuals have hypotonia, gastrointestinal dysfunction, most commonly constipation, gait abnormalities. About a quarter have epilepsy, and about 5% of those have very severe epilepsy that's potentially treatment refractory. There's really no consistent seizure pattern, but most patients do achieve seizure control. Renal defects are relatively common at 34%, and cardiac defects at about 10%. Both should be screened at the time of diagnosis, and both are congenital for the most part. All individuals have at least one dysmorphic feature, but really the nature and the extent of the dysmorphic features are vast, and there's nothing specific to Phelan-McDermid syndrome. So this is not the kind of syndrome where you can look at a child or an adult and say, oh, that's Phelan-McDermid syndrome. The diagnosis is really made on a molecular genetics basis. So autism is obviously really common, around 65%, and sleep disturbance also very prominent, as you can imagine, especially disruptive for families and quality of life. More and more, we're learning about regression and loss of skills, but rates at about 26% remain similar, actually, to what we see in autism more broadly. Neuropsychiatric symptoms like bipolar disorder and psychosis are also being increasingly recognized, and while significantly more common than in the general population, rates are still really relatively low. In the largest study to date on genotype-phenotype relationships using a prospectively assessed sample, we showed that individuals with smaller deletions and sequence variants are more likely to develop language, more likely to walk earlier, and have higher cognitive abilities overall. But the folks with smaller deletions and sequence variants are also more likely to show regression in language, as you can imagine, and to develop severe mental illness. These kinds of genotype-phenotype studies are really critical for predicting disease course, improving medical monitoring, and they're really valuable for guiding families about what to expect in the future. In terms of genetics, the majority of cases of Phelan-McDermid syndrome are identified as terminal 22q13 deletions due to copy number variants and seen through chromosomal microarray, which is now considered standard of care. Karyotype testing always needs to be done to rule out ring chromosome 22, because a ring 22 is associated with a greater risk of neurofibromatosis 2. FISH testing needs to be done to rule out a translocation, because an unbalanced translocation can be inherited from a parent with a balanced translocation, and that can increase recurrence risk in families. FISH testing also needs to be done in parents to confirm that the mutation or the deletion is de novo. More and more as of late, point mutations or single base pair sequence variants are being identified through sequencing methods. In this case, both parents must also be sequenced to confirm that the variant's not inherited, because some SHANK3 sequence variants can occur frequently in unaffected people and are not considered pathogenic and don't cause PMS. So in terms of what we know about the epidemiology, this is a Manhattan plot from a recent publication of the Autism Sequencing Consortium. It shows that SHANK3 is actually one of the most common causes of autism spectrum disorder. Genetic studies suggest that SHANK3 likely accounts for about 1% of autism cases and up to 2% of those with autism and severe intellectual disability. There are about 3,100 cases identified worldwide by the Phelan-McDermid Syndrome Foundation to date, but new cases are being identified every day, especially with increased sequencing efforts. The prevalence is generally estimated to be about 1 in 10,000 based on SHANK3 causing about 1% of autism, and the autism prevalence being between somewhere around 1 in 44 or 1 in 100, depending on whether you rely on CDC statistics or the World Health Organization. The need to develop new treatments, though, is probably the highest priority area in Phelan-McDermid syndrome. Treatment development efforts started with evidence of synaptic deficits based on preclinical studies going back now several decades. Our group in the Seaver Autism Center published the first study showing these deficits can be reversed in mice using IGF-1. IGF-1 is a growth factor that's known to penetrate the blood-brain barrier. It's known to promote synaptic plasticity and neuronal growth. This work with IGF-1 was then replicated by Alex Shlabitov using neurons derived from patient stem cells. We then did 2 small clinical trials of IGF-1 in Phelan-McDermid syndrome, and both showed evidence of safety and efficacy including in some core symptom domains associated with autism, like social withdrawal and repetitive behaviors. Neuren is a pharmaceutical company now that's recruiting for a clinical trial with what they call NNZ-2591. NNZ-2591 is a synthetic analog of cyclic glycine proline, which is related to IGF-1, and is proposed to reduce inflammation, improve the synaptic integrity, and also to potentially normalize levels of IGF-1. We also did a small study, an open label study with growth hormone, because we know that growth hormone stimulates the liver to produce more IGF-1. Results were very promising and aligned with the IGF-1 studies. Separately in China, at around the same time, another small study was done using growth hormone, but this time with a placebo-controlled crossover design. And they found significant effects on the Chinese version of the aberrant behavior checklist, the checklist that we also use. The Chinese group also used the Giselle developmental scale and saw improvements in some of the subscales, including language, motor, social, and adaptive subscales. And in what was the first industry foray into drug development in Phelan-McDermid syndrome, AMO Pharma funded an investigator-initiated study for us to look at the effects of AMO-01 on seizures, specifically on seizures in Phelan-McDermid syndrome. AMO-01 is an inhibitor of the MAP-ERK pathway, which is known to regulate neuronal cell survival and synaptic plasticity. The preclinical data with AMO-01 in SHANK3 knockout mice showed significant effects on really a broad range of behavioral features, including improvement in what's called audiogenic seizures. And we thought about specifically developing a study to target seizures in Phelan-McDermid syndrome. We've started to analyze these data. This is actually the first time that we've presented anything publicly. But based on these preliminary results, AMO was considered to be safe and well tolerated. It also significantly reduced seizures up to 4 weeks after a single 6-hour infusion, according to parent diaries. And compared to baseline, seizure frequency was reduced by at least 25% at all time points. So this was really very encouraging. And as I understand it, AMO is planning on continuing this program. There have also been several small case reports showing evidence of low-dose risperidone, lithium, and IVIG. There's an ongoing study in France recruiting to look at lithium in children with Phelan-McDermid syndrome using a placebo-controlled design. But despite lots of small now clinical studies, a lot of early signs of promise, treatment in Phelan-McDermid syndrome remains, I would say, the area with the largest unmet need. There have also been many preclinical studies that point to new possible treatments, but as of yet unexplored in kids. So from microbiome-related treatments to zinc supplementation to mGlu5 modulators, and of course the cannabinoid system. But really among the most exciting, I would say, is Jaguar Therapeutics is working on a potentially disease-modifying gene therapy, which will deliver a mini SHANK3 gene to the brain using an adeno-associated virus. Probably our greatest challenge, though, to trial readiness is developing valid clinical outcome assessments and really how do we measure treatment benefit. Again, this is a very challenging population. Most of these kids are profoundly language delayed and intellectually disabled. So our first attempts were to look at existing scales that are used often in autism clinical trials, like the social responsiveness scale and the repetitive behavior scale shown in the first two studies. But we unfortunately found them to be really suboptimal in Phelan-McDermid syndrome because they don't actually reflect the phenotype that well. We have, though, since learned a lot about the specific features of Phelan-McDermid syndrome, especially as it relates to sensory reactivity. That's reflected in the third study here. So kids with PMS are known to have pronounced sensory hyporeactivity, including a high pain threshold. Paige Seiper in our group developed the sensory assessment for neurodevelopmental disorders, which is a sensory tool. It's shown in the bottom study. It's a combination of a clinician-administered observation and a corresponding caregiver interview. And it's now been validated in PMS and also appears to be sensitive to change of treatment. So we're actually very excited about this tool. But finally, the ultimate outcome measures are going to be combining clinical assessments with objective biomarkers to ideally predict treatment response and to hopefully stratify subgroups for specific interventions. Our group's been working on eye tracking to measure attention and other features, in addition to electrophysiology using things like visual evoked potentials or auditory event-related potentials. With visual evoked potentials in particular, we've shown a unique VEP profile in PMS. We've shown changes with response to treatment, with IGF-1 in particular, and also clear correlations with sensory reactivity on clinical measures. So we see this as really very promising. So in summary, treatment remains the highest priority and the largest area of unmet need. The phenotype of PMS is heterogeneous, but relatively well established at this point. Natural history studies are underway and will continue to tell us more. There's a really wide variety of clinical features. They all kind of dramatically affect quality of life. So there's a lot of things we could potentially be targeting in interventions. Sleep, cognition, language, behaviors. Several treatment studies, though, show promise, but really larger scale studies are needed. Longer term studies are probably also needed, especially if you're going to try to measure changes in critical domains like language and cognition. And then hopefully biomarkers and refined clinical outcome assessments will be developed, and I think probably necessary to show success in clinical trials. So thank you very much. We have a really dedicated group at the Seaver Autism Center. We've been focused on PMS for the past, I think, 15 years or so. And on the right is the Developmental Synaptopathies Consortium, which has been studying the natural history, better understand the phenotype, developing biomarkers for the past 8 years. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. And back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Kolevzon. I'd now like to welcome our moderator for today's meeting, James Valentine, who has been working with us over the past several months as he's helped us plan this meeting. James has worked the last 14 years as a champion for the patient voice. James previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review. There, he helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community's voices were heard by decision makers. Relevant to today's meeting, James has been involved in helping plan and moderating 3/4 of the over 65 externally led PFDD meetings. So we are in good hands with James.
Yes, well, thank you so much, Geraldine, for the introduction. It's such a pleasure to be with this community today. I look forward to hearing from so many of you. So, now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, the caregivers and family members of people living with Phelan-McDermid syndrome, or PMS. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Wilson Bryan, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of PMS to help inform drug development and review. While FDA has held many of its own patient-focused drug development, or PFDD, meetings, today marks the 69th externally led PFDD meeting. With over 10,000 known rare conditions, this is truly a unique and important opportunity for this community. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a little bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. The meeting itself is organized into 2 overall sessions, one this morning and another we'll come back to in the afternoon. In our first session, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience of living with PMS and the impacts it's had on your loved ones' daily lives. In our second session, we'll build on that by bringing everybody back together and explore the various approaches to treatment that are currently available, including your participation, your loved one's participation in clinical trials. We'll also be asking at that time for your preferences and thoughts around future treatments for PMS. So what will these 2 discussions look like? Well, we'll be using a few different methods for hearing from you. First, for each of our 2 sessions, we'll start off by hearing from a panel of caregivers of individuals that are living with PMS. These panelists will be setting a foundation for our discussion by sharing their experiences, and they were selected to reflect a diverse range of experiences of those living with PMS. But we know no single panel or multiple panels could reflect the full range of the PMS patient experience. And so because of that, once we hear from those panels, we'll be broadening the discussion to all of you who are with us today in our live audience. I'll be facilitating an audience discussion with all of our patients and caregivers that are tuned in. Again, building on those panels, I'll be posing questions to you all and inviting you to participate and share your stories by stating your name and your loved one living with PMS and provide a comment about their experiences. This can be done in one of 2 ways. We'll be inviting you periodically to dial in by phone, and I'll be sharing that phone number later in the program, as well as by submitting written comments. There'll be a written comment form you can see now that's below the live stream on the webpage you're following along at. As we introduce these different questions, we invite you to submit written responses as well. You'll also see that we'll have a Zoom panel of caregivers that will be sharing their experiences during those live discussions too. Finally, throughout the program, we'll be broadening the discussion and understanding the experiences of those that we have here today by using polling questions. We'll be asking that patients and caregivers only use their phone to respond. You can also do this on a web browser. And in fact, I want to go ahead and invite you to get into this system now, as we'll be moving to do some polling questions in just a few moments. Once you get into this polling system, you'll be able to stay there throughout the entire day. So at this time, for all of our families, if you can pull out a phone, open up a tab on a web browser, go to www.polev.com/PMS-PFDD. Again, please feel free to go there now. www.polev.com/PMS-PFDD. And we'll be going to those polling questions very soon. These polling questions, again, will be used to broaden the discussion to everyone and really aid in our discussion. As you answer questions throughout the day, we want you to think about why you're making the different selections, and then would invite you to call and write in to help us understand those selections. I also want to mention that We'll have an opportunity for you, this community, to provide written comments for 30 days after this meeting. Whether it's because you're participating live today and you thought of something after the meeting that you would have wanted to share, well, you can still write in with that comment. Maybe you're only to share some, but not all of your comments today. You can come back and submit written comments. Or if you're watching this on demand as a recording, which will be available after today's meeting, we want to hear from you as well. Please provide written comments. All of this input, both from today's meeting as well as any additional written input, will be summarized in a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to FDA and made available publicly for researchers and drug developers. So one final thing before we get started, I'd like to go over some ground rules for today's discussion. We encourage parents, family members, and other direct caregivers of those living with PMS to contribute to the dialogue, again, by using polling, calling in by phone, submitting written comments. This discussion is limited to patients, family members, and other direct caregivers with PMS. Meanwhile, our colleagues that are at the Food and Drug Administration, are at drug development companies, and our clinicians and researchers, they're all here to listen and learn. I also want to mention that views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, I ask that you try to be focused and concise when sharing your comments, so that way we can hear from as many voices as possible. So now that that is out of the way, let's go ahead and get into it. We have a set of polling questions to start off today to help give us a sense of who we have in our live audience. So again, at this time, if you haven't already, please go to www.pollev.com/PMS-PFDD. You can open this on a browser on your phone. You can open up a new tab on your web browser on your computer. Keep this open throughout the program today. As we go to different questions throughout the entire program, we'll be able to, those will just automatically appear there for you. So for our first question, here we want to know what subtype of PMS does your loved one have? A, deletion, B, SHANK3 variant, or C, if you're not sure. And we're going to give everyone a few moments here to get into this polling system. That way we'll all be able to track your responses from throughout the course of today's meeting. So while it looks like additional responses are still coming in here, it does look like that we have a little over half, closer to 60% of our participants today representing individuals with PMS that have a deletion subtype. We're seeing a little over 1/3 of our population represented today with a SHANK3 variant, and we're seeing a small percentage, less than 5%, not sure which subtype their loved one has. All right, if we can move to our next polling question. So here we want to know, where do you and your loved one living with PMS currently reside? The options are A, in the U.S. Pacific time zone, B, U.S. Mountain time zone, C, U.S. Central time zone, D, Eastern time zone, E, Alaska or Hawaii time zones, F, Europe or the UK, G, Middle East, H, Asia, I, Canada, J, Brazil, K, Mexico, L, Africa, or M, some other country or region that's not otherwise listed as a response option for this polling question. So I'd like to welcome those of you who are from outside of the United States. I see we have representation from Europe and the UK as well as Canada. This meeting is open to all of you as well. So if you would like to share comments throughout the day, we encourage you and invite you into this discussion. This is not just for those living in the United States. Within the U.S., it looks like we have good representation across most of the U.S. time zones. The largest contingency represented today in the U.S. Eastern time zone. However, we do have representation across Pacific, Mountain, and Central times as well. So great to see that. If we go to our third polling question. Here we'd like to know, is your loved one living with PMS A, female, B, male, or C, other? And it's at this stage in the meeting I'd like to let you know that I promise as the day goes on, some of these polling questions will be more difficult to answer. Take advantage of these easy questions now, just understanding who we have in our audience. We'll be asking you to kind of, pick and choose between some more difficult response options in future questions. So as it stands, it looks like we're seeing pretty close to a 50-50 split between those living with PMS represented today being female and male. And then currently no one is reporting that their loved one living with PMS is other. All right, if we can move to our fourth polling question. So here we'd like to know the age of the affected individual that you care for. So here the options are A, are they under 12 months of age, between 1 to 2 years of age, C, between 3 and 4 years, D, between 5 and 10 years, E, between 11 and 20 years, F, between 21 and 30 years, G, between 31 and 40 years, H, between 41 and 60 years, or I, if they're older than 60 years of age. Again, this is, we'd like to know the current age of the individual living with PMS. All right. While any final results are trickling in, it does look like that we have good representation across almost all of the affected individuals' age, almost a nice bell curve showing here with really the 5 to 10, followed by the 11 to 20 year of age ranges, being most reflected or most represented in our audience today. Both around that 30% mark. We're seeing around 15% in the 20 to 30 year age range, and then just under 10% for those that are 31 to 40 years, and closer to 5 for those 1 to 2 years of age and 3 to 4 years of age, and a smaller number in that 41 to 60 year age range. We don't have anyone reporting that they're representing someone under 12 months of age with PMS or older than 60 years of age with PMS. If we go to our final polling question for this first set of polling questions, and we'll get that polling question for you in just one moment. Here with this question, we'd like to know at what age was the affected individual diagnosed with PMS? So whereas in the previous question, you let us know how old, the current age of the person living with PMS, here we want to know at what age were they diagnosed. So the options are A, between 0 and 6 months, B, between 7 and 12 months of age, C, between 13 and 24 months, D, between 25 and 36 months, E, between 4 and 5 years, F, between 6 and 10 years, G, between 11 and 20 years, H, between 21 and 30 years, I, between 31 and 40 years, J, between 41 and 60, or K, if you're unsure at what age the infected individual was diagnosed with PMS. All right, and clearly here we're seeing a shift, as we probably would expect, downward in age of the kind of curve that we're seeing. We're seeing here that the most common ages that individuals were diagnosed were between 35 to 36 months and 4 to 5 years, followed closely, though, by 13 to 24 months, 6 to 10 years, and 11 to 20 years. Represented in all of these different age ranges other than the 41 to 60 year age range. So, we're seeing quite a diverse range of age of diagnoses reflected in our audience today. So I'd like to thank you all for participating in these first set of polling questions. It really is helpful for us to understand who we have in our audience as we then really dive into the meat and the core of today's discussion, which is to hear from those of you who are caring for people living with PMS. And so that's going to move us into our first discussion topic for today, which is really what it is to live with PMS and understand the symptoms and daily impacts. So if I can ask for our first set of discussion questions, this is the type of thing that we're going to be asking for you all to weigh in on over the remainder of this morning's session. We want you to think about, of all the different symptoms and health effects of PMS, what are maybe the 1 to 3 of those that have had the most significant impact on your loved one's life? We want to know, knowing that this condition can be variable from day to day. We want to know, how does it affect your loved one maybe on best days versus worst days? And can you help us understand what those best days and worst days look like? We want to know, knowing that this condition also changes over time, whether that may be week to week, month to month, or even over the course of years. We want to know, how has your loved one's symptoms changed over time, and how has your and their ability to cope with those symptoms changed? Not only do we want to hear about those direct symptoms and health effects, but we want to know what that means and what that looks like in daily life. So are there specific activities that are important to your loved one that they cannot do at all or as fully as they would like because of PMS? And finally, recognizing that while there's so much that you and your loved ones have already lived through and are currently dealing with as a result of PMS, we also know that you're probably thinking about your loved one's futures as they get older. And so we want to know, do you have any fears or concerns as your loved one gets older, and what is most worrying you about their condition in the future? So with these questions in mind, we're now going to move into our first panel discussion, some of your peers who will be helping and sharing some of their experiences on these topics. We have Amanda, Arturo, Tessie, Angie, and Kathy who will be sharing. Amanda, why don't you take it away?
Hi, I'm Amanda Bergen, wife to Bill and mom to Hudson and Sullivan. On November 9th, 2017, I received the call that forever changed our lives. When Hudson was 18 months old, Bill and I started to become concerned that Hudson had no words or sounds. She had gone from babbling to losing almost all noises. The doctors wrote it off and said she was hitting all milestones at the tail end of normal, but she was getting there. They diagnosed it as a global developmental delay and reassured us that she would be fine. Not accepting this answer, I pushed for more and found a developmental and behavioral pediatrician that agreed to doing a blood test that would give us a diagnosis of Phelan-McDermid syndrome. Sitting in the parking lot of a mall in Michigan, my phone rang and I knew it was the results. As the doctor spoke, I scribbled down Phelan-McDermid syndrome and heard things like, "It's super rare, and I'm not exactly sure what that means for Hudson. There are things like maybe kidney issues, cognitive delays." The doctor reassured me that the best thing I could do was seek guidance from a genetics counselor. My head was spinning, but one thing I kept coming back to was the girl that we loved so dearly was still the same Hudson with or without this diagnosis. Almost 5 years after that call, a lot has changed. Hudson has many other diagnoses in addition to Phelan-McDermid syndrome, including intellectual disability with her IQ being 0.1%, feeding difficulty, hypotonia, ADHD, processing and motor planning delays, and autism. Every year, it seems like the gaps and deficits get bigger and wider, and Hudson falls farther from where she should be developmentally. One of the biggest struggles for us is eating. Because of Hudson's motor planning delays, hypotonia, and intellectual disability, she can't identify appropriate bite sizes, doesn't have the mouth and jaw muscles to chew her food, and often continues to put food in her mouth without realizing she never swallowed her last bite. She's needed the Heimlich more times in her life than any other child or parent should have to go through. We've had to call 911 several different times. Just a few weeks ago, I was home alone with Hudson, and she started choking on popcorn and was unable to breathe. I didn't have the time to place a call, so I started giving her the Heimlich until she finally spit it all up. No parent should have to do this over and over for their child. No parent should have to spend so much time cutting up food into tiny pieces, stressing over what food is safe to send to school, standing right by her while she eats every single bite, reminding her to chew her food and wait before taking another bite. Just reliving the events of these near-death situations is unbearable, all while knowing the next one could be just around the corner and hoping it's not the unthinkable. Sending Hudson to school each day is one of the hardest things I have to do. At school, Hudson is very verbal, but she typically is just reciting and scripting what she's learned to say. She cannot actually communicate what she needs or advocate for herself if she needs help, is in danger, or is hurt. Knowing your 7-year-old doesn't have a voice to speak up for herself in a school system that isn't set up for those with disabilities tears me apart. Last year, on the first day of school, I arrived to pick up Hudson. I couldn't wait to hear how her first day went. Before I could ask her teacher any questions, I realized her face was swollen and covered in hives. This was during the middle of the pandemic, so Hudson was wearing a mask, but she had no idea something was wrong. Even if she was aware, she couldn't and didn't tell anyone. Her teacher also had no idea until I started raising questions. Needless to say, this was the start of many allergic reactions that aren't explained. Hudson is also considered a fall risk. She doesn't have great balance, is often unaware of her surroundings, and has a lack of spatial awareness. She recently took a huge fall at school because her feet got all caught up under her in her chair. She also doesn't have the motor planning to put her hands out to catch herself, so she fell face first into a desk and split her lip. Until they took off the mask, the school had no idea she had even split her lip because she couldn't tell them where she had hit. She often puts herself in very unsafe situations because she is unaware of the danger or risk. She has fallen down a full flight of stairs, runs into walls and bruises without saying a word, slammed her finger in the car door, and the list goes on. I could stand here all day and tell you stories of how difficult Hudson's life is. Phelan-McDermid syndrome has robbed my daughter of so many things every other neurotypical child experiences. She may never drive a car. She may never be able to be alone or have a moment of privacy. She might never have any real friends. There are so many she may nevers.
Hi, my name is Arturo Silva, and I am dad to 7-year-old Asa, our third and youngest son. Weighing 10 pounds at birth, Asa seemed fine. In his first year, he hit most of his milestones, including walking by age 1. He has a great immune system, is very strong, a fast runner, and a great climber. Of course, these positives, paired with severe intellectual disability, carry some negatives. He is at high risk for elopement, and if unhindered, is at great risk of harm. While Asa is not medically fragile, we must still be highly vigilant and have modified our home to create safe spaces for him. In his first year, Asa was fairly neurotypical, with a few exceptions. Challenges became much more noticeable in his second year, and shortly before age 2, he was diagnosed with autism. His inability to sleep was the greatest concern. We tried to let him cry it out. He just ended up falling asleep, only to wake an hour later. There was a period of time at age 2 when he was awake for 2 to 6 hours in the middle of the night, every night. Shortly before age 3, Asa was diagnosed with PMS, and we learned sleep disorder was one of its symptoms. We eventually found medication that helped Asa fall asleep and stay asleep for longer periods of time. Waking up just once or twice a night is a rarity, and it's often 3 to 5 times a night. Fortunately, with small doses of medication when he wakes, he'll fall back asleep pretty quickly after spending a brief time with him. It would be amazing, though, for us if he could just regularly get a normal night of sleep. Just before his PMS diagnosis, Asa suffered a regression. Words he seemed on the grasp of speaking were no more, never to return. Sounds of progress were silenced. Asa remains nonverbal. We could no longer hope Asa had a mild form of autism. The doctor who told us after his autism diagnosis that he would likely be fine, just not the president of his fraternity, had not anticipated, nor had we, this devastating rare genetic disorder that would rob him and us of the hope we once had for him. Asa's most disabling feature is his almost non-existent receptive language, as if he wakes up every morning in a country where he doesn't understand the language. He appears to understand fewer than 20 words, and less than half of that without visual context clues. And the words he does understand are all because of very repetitive work and therapy to learn them. His very poor receptive language makes it very hard for him to gain expressive language, even with AAC, augmentative and alternative communication. He has the manual dexterity to operate a screen just fine, but his limited receptive language makes it very hard for him to branch out beyond learning to use AAC to do more than request a few items. Not understanding concepts such as what a birthday is, what his age is, who his parents are is one thing. Not understanding what a hot stove or a hot anything is, what a dangerous speeding car poses is quite another, and obviously a huge safety hazard. It would be amazing for both Asa and us if he could even understand 50 words or 100 words. 500 words would be a dream. The most traumatic symptom from which Asa suffers is anxiety. Psychiatric challenges are often faced by people with PMS, especially as they go through puberty, but also may occur earlier, as in Asa's case. Last year, massive anxiety blew up into intense, self-injurious behaviors, specifically in the form of punching himself in the face, giving himself black eyes, and hitting his head against walls, doors, and floors. No supplement seemed to help, even one we successfully used years before to treat less severe anxiety issues. At its worst, he tried to hurt himself hundreds of times per day, often triggered by being anywhere except in his own bed, watching his favorite movie, and eating his favorite snacks. Finally, after dealing with this, and several trials of medications that did nothing or actually had made him worse, we found a medication that over time gradually reduced his anxiety to a manageable level. Asa is still anxious and easily becomes frustrated, and when he does, he still hits his head. He plays his favorite movie on a device at almost all times to keep him calm, but at least his anxiety is not triggered merely by leaving his bedroom. We have no idea when this current medication might stop working. It's terrifying to think about the future because without the development of treatments, we will almost certainly face ever greater challenges.
Good morning. My name is Tazy Kohlenberg. I'm a developmental pediatrician and a child psychiatrist, a background which has helped in caring for our 22-year-old daughter, Amadi. Amadi was a delightful and sparkly baby, but it was clear by age 1 that she had developmental delays. With lots of therapies, she became a chatterbox with great imaginative play, and she learned to feed and dress herself and use the bathroom independently. She sings beautifully and swims like a fish, but academic skills and awareness of safety in the world have never come, and she will need care throughout her life. We were making peace with this when, at age 14, she suddenly developed severe psychiatric illness. She has suffered terribly, and so have the many people who love her. First came weeks of sleepless nights, talking loud and fast, alternately sobbing or roaring with laughter. She had paranoid delusions. She thought there were bad boys outside dressed like monsters and growling. She cringed in fear of icicles in the sky. This manic state was followed by months of a deep depression, during which we had to feed her and dress her and toilet her. She recovered, but she continued to have sporadic manic episodes. This was bipolar disorder. At age 16, severe OCD hit overnight. She was afraid that something bad would happen to our cat. For 3 solid months, she followed the cat from room to room, watched the cat sleep, and asked constantly whether the cat was okay. She couldn't bring herself to play or eat, and she was terrified to leave the house. She could only sleep if the cat was shut in the room with her. When meds didn't help, she was finally hospitalized and treated with intravenous immunoglobulin for a possible autoimmune cause, and it worked. Later that year, we learned she has Phelan-McDermid due to a tiny spelling error in SHANK 3. At 18, an episode of severe mania was accompanied by catatonia and a long first seizure and 2 hospital stays. She was given a new diagnosis of seronegative autoimmune encephalitis, and monthly IVIG was added to her psych meds. On this new treatment, she went 4 whole years without a psychiatric episode, and we hoped we were out of the woods. Meanwhile, I spoke with over 100 families of teens and adults with Phelan-McDermid who had severe psychiatric illness. I learned how common this complication is and how very unusual our children's responses to psychiatric medications often are. I also learned that regression can hit after the psychiatric illness, stealing language, motor skills, continence, and self-awareness, a terrible possibility that hangs over our families. We had hoped we were out of the woods, but this summer, Amadi turned 22, aged out of school, and lost her teachers, her friends, and routines. In July, she slept less and less, and in August broke into full-blown mania and psychosis. She saw witches in the tree branches and pleaded with us to cut the trees down. She began to believe that the people she misses so much are dead under rocks. She was up at night, compulsively going to the bathroom 20 or 30 times in quick succession, yelling and banging doors. She wept for hours, saying, "My life is over. My heart is broken into little pieces. Ow, ow." With the help of her team, we got her back to herself and to reality. But she's fragile, and we are sad and tired and worried. It's already hard to find good day programs and group homes for adults with developmental disabilities. When you add in bouts of psychiatric illness that require 24-hour availability of staff with mental health skills, it gets much harder. I'm not here to ask you to fix the world of services for adults with disabilities, but I am here in the hope that you can help us to find better interventions for our suffering children. Amadi needs neuroprotective interventions to prevent the regression we dread, which is still so poorly understood. She needs better psychoactive and immunologic treatments to make her episodes less frequent and less severe, so that she suffers less, and so she can live with friends in a group home, sing in a chorus, and be of use in the world. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angie Foster, and I'm mom to my 13-year-old son, Chase. The birthing process was not at all what I expected. My obstetrician said once the baby was born, I would be able to hold him right away, feed him, and all would be calm. That was not what happened. Chase didn't cry for what seemed like minutes, and so I already suspected something was wrong. When he finally cried, I sighed in relief, but then a crash team stormed in to say that they had to take the baby to have him cleaned up. When I did get to see Chase again, he was perked up but seemed very floppy. Fast forward to 6 months. Chase wasn't hitting any of his milestones, so he started physical therapy for his low muscle tone. He had no real sense of balance and couldn't sit up on his own. PT started working on his balance, but we also worked on trying to walk. Chase used a walker from age 18 months until he could take his first steps at 24 months. He would always fall like a tree and hit his head if someone wasn't behind him. His gross and fine motor skills were highly impacted, and he couldn't hold anything in his hands. We also began OT to improve his fine motor skills, like his pincer grasp, holding a pencil, or anything in his hands. Then we began speech therapy due to his delayed speech, and feeding therapy, as he always would overstuff his mouth with food and would choke. The regression came at 18 months when he began to say a few words, and then one day, all his speech was lost by age 2. He also had acid reflux since he was a baby until age 8. Eventually, the acid reflux became cyclical vomiting from age 3 to 8, when he would regurgitate his food about 40 times a day, uncontrollably. I would give his special education teacher 5 outfits to change him in and out of, since he would essentially throw up every few minutes. We were in and out of the hospital from age 3 through 8 due to dehydration and failure to thrive, because he lost 10% of his body weight and was 30 pounds for a few years. He would eat and throw up, so it didn't affect his appetite. It was almost like a hiccup of vomit every few minutes, so we had motility studies done, barium swallow tests, and even eventually decided to do Botox shots at the pylorus to relax the muscle so he wouldn't throw up. It worked for 6 months, but it came back. So we did it again, and it didn't work the second time. We went to several GI motility specialists in the US, but they all said to stay hopeful it would go away on its own. Eventually, by age 8, it did go away. Chase also has constipation issues, and we tried fiber, smoothies, and a very clean diet. That didn't work, so we decided to use Miralax, and now, after 13 years, he is still taking a half cap of Miralax every day in his smoothie. Chase didn't sleep more than 2 to 3 hours a night for 8 years as well. We did a sleep study, and a neurologist at UCSF prescribed melatonin and guanfacine, and it worked. After 8 sleepless years for my husband and I and Chase, he slept 8 hours straight from age 8 until now, age 13. Chase has a calm demeanor and loves listening to music, swims, horseback rides, surfs, and plays on his VIP soccer and challenger baseball teams. He needs a 1-to-1 aide at school to help with his daily routine, change his diaper as he is not bowel movement trained due to his constipation. It is always unpredictable when he needs to have a BM, as he doesn't tell us, and he does it standing up in his diaper. He always needs a chewy, as he will pick up non-food items and chew on them, and is very oral sensory fixated. He has a younger sister, London, who dreams of the day her brother can talk and play with her. But he has no interest in playing with other kids and can only communicate short sentences on his iPad Talker, augmentative alternative communication device. Recently, we started RPM, Rapid Prompt Method, and learned that Chase is an excellent speller and can read and write. We are shocked, as being non-speaking, he couldn't express himself and tell us what and how much he knows. It was a life-changing experience, so we will continue with this method of communication with him, and the end goal is to get him to type so he can better communicate his thoughts and dreams. Thank you.
Ethan was born August 15th, 2015 to Dan and Sarah Wall. I'm Kathy, I'm Dan's mom. He was the first grandchild on either side of the family. On his second day of life, he developed hypoxia due to his hypotonia. He had to stay in the ICU for his first weeks of life. Within a month or 2, health problems were increasing. As each clinical issue presented and passed or didn't pass, there was mounting fear. At 3 months, he was diagnosed with bilateral sensory neural hearing loss. It was the first time I remember that his mom and I cried together. Little did we realize at the time it would be the least of his problems. Learning to sit unsupported, to walk at age 2, to swallow safely, required multiple therapy appointments each week. My naive thinking in the beginning was that Sarah would be unable to return to work until his hypotonia was corrected. But the hypotonia is in his genes. At 5 months old, in January of 2016, we had our first appointment at genetics at Children's Hospital and were told about Phelan-McDermid syndrome. It was the first we learned about likely issues with communication, no speech, developmental disability, and autism. It was a devastating time as we grieved the life we thought Ethan would have. Fast forward 5 years, Ethan now has a 2-year-old baby sister, Ruby. Dan and Sarah have a 3-bedroom apartment not far from Children's Hospital, Boston. Their happy home is covered with laminated Velcro squares in the bathroom for hand washing, teeth brushing, bath, on the fridge for his favorite foods, on TV for his favorite shows. There are binders with more PEX options, the system he's learned to communicate. Ethan's challenges include intellectual delay, no speech, nystagmus, poor dentition, heavy AFOs and an unsteady gait, sleep disturbance, fatigue, hearing aids, a G-tube, and boluses of water 6 times a day, medication that makes him drowsy, reflux, GERD, food allergies, diapers, and sometimes explosive diarrhea. Ethan faces more than most adults within an hour of waking up, but he gets on the bus to school every day with joy. Literally every person who meets him loves him. He loves family walks, peekaboo and other made-up games, Harry the Bunny, and playtime with Al. His pudgy hands will tap me gently and give me the remote control. He communicates. He also loves sleepovers at Nana's and my gluten-free banana bread. In May of last year, Ethan had his first seizure, and after that, Dan and Sarah are leery of traveling more than an hour from Children's Hospital, Boston. The seizure happened in northern Maine. He wears a helmet now because he needed stitches when he dropped. Sarah invited me to accompany her to an early neurology appointment. As a nurse, I questioned the high doses of Ativan for such a little boy when we're reviewing his rescue plan. For the first time, I feel the gravity of the situation when I'm told it's better to sedate and intubate Ethan. He's high risk for sudden death in epilepsy patients. SUDEP. Sarah slept in Ethan's bed for months. Patterns emerge, and many times they can tell when Ethan is about to seize by his behavior. Cameras are mounted so he's constantly visible, in the living room and on Ethan's cozy bed, which is a tented mattress on the floor for safety. Most of his seizures were less than a minute long, and they'd come around not needing intervention, maybe vomiting or being sleepy for the rest of the day. Or they would come in clusters. Dan and Sarah lived for Ethan. Nothing was more obvious than their love for him. They never complained. Over the next 10 months, ambulances were called twice, once from school and once from home. When we give the rescue med for a seizure longer than 2 minutes, we have to call the ambulance because it depresses respirations. Life is scary because when Ethan would wake up in the hospital, he'd just be discharged with a med adjustment sometimes or sometimes not. This year, Ethan had not had a seizure since late January. Since diagnosis of epilepsy in May of 2021, the longest Ethan had gone between seizures was 28 days. His parents keep a diary. We're grateful for the long seizure-free stretch, but Sarah also worried that the longer the interval, potentially the longer the next seizure could be. On Sunday, March 20th, Ethan had been awake before 6 a.m., and he fell back to sleep for a bit. Dan checked on him, and he too fell back to sleep on the couch. At 8 a.m., which is unusually late for Ethan, he was still quiet. Dan startled awake and found Ethan dead in his bed. He was 6 years old.
Wow, Kathy, thank you so much for sharing Ethan's story, and really to all of our panelists for being so brave to share first today, you and your loved ones' journeys with PMS. We're now at our first opportunity in the session in our program today to hear live from all of you who are following along, our families, our parents, our caregivers, and to hear about your loved ones living with PMS, and build on what we just heard in terms of what it really is to live with PMS. So to get us started in thinking about this topic and get a sense of the experiences of our audience here today, we're going to start with a couple of polling questions. So for those of you who were here earlier, you can go back to that polling website. If you've just joined us, this is for our caregivers and families only. Go to www.polev.com/PMS-PFDD. Again, that's www.polev.com/PMS-PFDD. You can do this on your phone, on a web browser, in a new tab on your computer. Just keep this open throughout the remainder of today, and we'll have an opportunity to, you'll have an opportunity to answer questions as we advance through those. So our first question, and as part of this session here, is we'd like to know which of the following PMS-related health concerns does the affected individual, your loved one, have or have had in the past? And here we want you to select all that apply. So the options are A, muscle weakness, things like motor planning difficulties, abnormal gait, and hypotonia. B, high pain tolerance. C, developmental delay and intellectual impairment, things like lack of safety awareness. D, feeding issues. E, seizures. F, communication issues. G, challenging behaviors, things that are, for example, including repetitive and self-injurious behaviors. H, bowel and bladder issues, things like constipation and difficulty urinating. I, body temperature regulation issues. J, sleep difficulties. K, psychiatric problems. L, regression, or M, other things that aren't otherwise listed here. So what we're seeing here is that there's a wide range of health concerns that are experienced across this community. Some of the top ones that are most frequently experienced are muscle weakness, developmental delay and intellectual impairment, high pain tolerance, and communication issues. But those really are closely followed by feeding difficulties, bowel and bladder issues, challenging behaviors, and sleep difficulties. But every single thing here is listed by quite a few people. And in fact, this is our first question we've seen today where our audience can select more than one option. And so what that means is you're seeing a percentage of total responses, not a percentage of individual people selecting a single response. So these bars are essentially a relative ranking to one another. I do notice we see a few others, and we want to hear about those as well, just not only those that we have listed as part of our response options. So if we go to our next polling question. So here you'll recognize, in one moment as we get this polling question up, you'll recognize that the response options for the second question will be the same as the first. However, here in the second question, you'll see that we're asking you to select the most troublesome PMS-related health concerns that your loved one has ever had, and we're asking you to select up to the top 3 of those. So again, those are options are A, muscle weakness, B, high pain tolerance, C, developmental delay and intellectual impairment, D, feeding difficulties, E, seizures, F, communication issues, G, challenging behaviors, H, bowel and bladder issues, I, body temperature regulation issues, J, sleep difficulties, K, psychiatric problems, L, regression, and M, other. And again, here we're asking you to select the top 3 that are most troublesome for your loved one of all of these. So while responses are still coming in, it's looking like the top PMS-related health concern, that's a top 3 for our audience today, is the developmental delay and intellectual impairment. After that, it looks like the second highest is communication issues. And then after that, we're seeing more of a clustering for third with muscle weakness, followed closely behind with sleep difficulties and psychiatric problems. But what's really standing out to me is that, every single thing here, it looks like, or almost every single thing here is in somebody's top 3. So Clearly, that thing that is most troublesome, well, there's a couple of things that are standing out as being some of the most common, most troublesome symptoms. That doesn't mean that these other things aren't in some people's top most troublesome symptoms. So we want to hear about, how did you pick, look, it was very clear from the first polling question that it looks like people have a burden of many of those symptoms, if not all of them. Yet here you had to make the difficult selection of saying which are the most troublesome. What came to your mind? Was there certain aspects of your loved one's daily life that you can share of what maybe made developmental delay or an intellectual impairment a top 3 selection? Or if you're someone that picked muscle weakness or communication issues or really, again, any of these, what stood out in your mind that made you pick that as a top 3? That's what we want to hear from you. And in fact, if you'd like to share, I'd like to now invite you to call in. We would love to hear from you now or anytime throughout this morning program. And you can call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, this phone number is 1-703-844-3231. If you call in, you'll talk to our operator. We'll get you into the queue and we'll bring you into the dialogue so that way you can share your experiences of your loved one living with PMS. You can also write in. There's a comment box under the live stream there today, and we'll be reading those comments out throughout the program as well. But to get us started, as we're talking about some of these most troublesome symptoms and health effects, I'd like to welcome our Zoom panel, some of your peers in this PMS community, other caregivers who will be also sharing their experiences today. Syra, maybe we can start with you on this question. As you were looking at that polling question, going from the first one to the second one where there were so many selected, how did you pick, just, a few of those as top ones, and what did you pick and maybe why?
Well, thank you so much for having me today. I am Syra from Miami, Florida. I am mother to Mila, who's age 11. And she was diagnosed with Phelan-McDermid syndrome at age 5. I selected nearly all from the first selection, but narrowed down to our biggest symptom right now is communication, I would say. Mila communicates by pulling us around the house, pulling our arm and maybe using our arm to lift up and point to something that is high. And that's for very basic wants and needs. So there are so many things we have no idea about and have never known. Her favorite color or what she might want for a birthday present or a Christmas present. I can come up with 15 things for my son, but I can't come up with one good one for my daughter. So, I probably know her better than anyone in her life. And yet there's so much about her that we don't know. Right. And probably most importantly, pain, when does she have a headache or is it a toothache or something more serious? I know that something's wrong, but what it is, I can't tell. And, that's hard as a mother to, I'm supposed to protect her and, keep her healthy and happy. And how can I do that when I don't really understand her physically or emotionally?
Sure. So you started off by saying right now communication is the top issue. Does that mean was there something that was maybe a top issue previously and communication is now really started to become, more troublesome or more difficult?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Regression. When she was a really bright young girl who was expressive and at 2 years and 9 months, she had over 300 documented vocal approximations. She could say the ABCs and count to 10, and she could say her shapes or her colors. Wow. And we were in aggressive therapy at that point. And then she started to plateau. And these words that we knew that she had were disappearing. And by age 4, we were down to 12 words. And receptive language had also kind of taken a turn, and she wasn't able to identify things from before. And now at age 11, we still don't have the skills that she had when she was 2.5.
Right. How did you first notice that, these language regressions, is there an example that maybe you can share, of early on that it was that signal to you that regression was starting or was underway?
Sure, yeah. We'd been in speech therapy for years before that, and we were taught as parents to hold back on the words that she had, the things that she wanted, and wait until she says the word to give her those things.
Mm-hmm.
So, she loved going on the swing. And she would stand in front of that swing, and before the regression, she would say swing, and we'd get on the swing and we'd swing. But, it was heartbreaking to see her standing there and at first making these sounds that weren't the word swing anymore. And then her not even trying after a little bit. And, it was very heartbreaking. It was our toughest time.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And yeah, sorry.
Oh, no worries. I also, there's so much to unpack. You also talked about one of the, biggest concerns you as a parent have is not being able to, have her communicate about pain. Similarly there, I'm wondering, is there, pain can be, look and, be a lot of different things, is there kind of common pain that she experiences that it's difficult for her to communicate, or is this, kind of more, extreme things like injury and whatnot?
It's a bit of both. She definitely has GI issues where she can, suffer from extreme constipation, and we can notice that a little bit by her pushing on her stomach, but that's after days. She's got this high threshold for pain, like so many others with PMS, and so we're really left guessing sometimes. And there have been times where she comes home from school and she's got some injury, and the teachers didn't realize that anything had happened until until it was kind of too late. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. Jen, I'd love to bring you in this conversation as well. Thinking about, and I know admittedly a difficult decision of saying something is most troublesome, or a few things are, but what stands out to you?
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. My name is Jen Carter. I am from the Dallas, Texas area, and mom to our daughter Sloan. She's now 7 and was diagnosed around age 2. My top ones started with the developmental delay. That for us right now seems to be the root of some of our biggest challenges, that we can say something to Sloan and she sometimes doesn't understand. And sometimes you can see her, it takes a while for her to process what we say, and you have to give her time. And then sometimes she does understand and will comply, but other times doesn't. And that's a hard thing as a parent to, communicate to your child and not understand whether they know what you're even saying, or understand the meaning of what you're saying. But paired with that is communication. Sloan is using her AAC iPad device, to use words to communicate. And one of the interesting things this last year is that one of her techs, her RBTs at her ABA center, just decided to present her with some letter cards and figured out that Sloan already knew her alphabet. But she had never had a way to communicate that. And she learned it from watching YouTube videos. And so it's been interesting and eye-opening to see that, she does understand some things and she does learn and she does pick up, but she doesn't always have a way to communicate what she knows. She does not have a spoken voice. With that, she had some words at a young age and had a regression right around 2 when she was diagnosed and lost those. So those have for sure been our top 2 big challenges.
Sure, and both in terms of kind of, processing and understanding, what you're describing, as well as, being able to communicate even through some of these alternative methods. Is it pretty consistent from day to day now? If you were to, give the same direction or ask her the same question, from one day to the next, is it pretty consistent what she can respond to and what she can understand, or is there that day-to-day variability at all?
She definitely has good days and bad days for sure. You can just see that sometimes there are days when she's off.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's off in regards to her communication, where she has trouble expressing herself.
Right.
But sometimes that's even relating to her balance and her ability to walk. You can see that sometimes she just struggles to maintain her balance. So it definitely is a day-to-day variable. And she certainly has things that are, we have done a lot of practice and repetition that she can pretty readily answer a question.
Right.
But she can't, consistently answer all questions.
Right. And in terms of that, those good days and bad days, I guess kind of two-part question here. One is there anything that predicts that? Is there anything that, either when she wakes up in the morning, signals to you she's going to have a good day or a bad day, that type of thing. And then also, how often would you say she has, bad days relative to others? Is that, once a week, once a month?
Yeah, I wish that there was a prediction or a event or a habit that we could link to these days. We're very blessed that she wakes up in a great mood every day. But that can quickly, change when you realize that, she's just not quite herself today. And that, fortunately, right now does not happen terribly often. It's usually around once a month when we see that she's just having a day that she's just, something's up. And we've never been able to link that to a specific event or anything.
Right. Yeah. Well, Jen, thank you so much. I do see that we have a phone caller. We have Martha from Miami, Florida, who wants to share about her loved one living with SHANK and some of the impacts. I'd love to bring her into this conversation as well. Martha, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Yes, welcome.
My name is Martha. I'm from Miami, Florida. And I have a 9-year-old son with PMS. He was diagnosed before the age of 3 years old. We kind of knew from birth that there were going to be issues. The fact is because I have twins. My other son is neurotypical. So immediately I can tell raising them, the one was meeting milestones and one was not. That was a big red flag to us. So we started therapy at the age of 8 months, the speech, the occupational, the physical, but obviously very lost at that moment. We didn't have a diagnosis, so we didn't know. We just did therapy, just as much early intervention as we could. And finally, with a neurologist at the age of 2, he was diagnosed with autism. But I knew there was a lot more than just autism because there were so many delays. He wasn't walking, very hypotonic, like many of the parents are sharing, falling very easily, many GI issues. So from a baby, major reflux, hospitalized for reflux, for colics, and extreme constipation. He was hospitalized for that as well. So just a lot of things. We finally referred to a geneticist, and that's when we got the diagnosis at the age of before 3 of PMS. He hasn't stopped therapy. We've continued with everything, physical, occupational, speech, and ABA therapy. He's at a special needs school. And even with all of this, at the age of 9, he's still nonverbal. At the age of 5, around kindergarten, was probably our best year. He had about 10 words. He was semi-potty trained. He actually wore underwear. And it was a good time for us. We thought we were getting somewhere. And then the very little that he did gain, he regressed.
I see.
And, we did see that. And it was definitely very tough. It's been tough. The day-to-day life is very difficult.
Yes.
There's nothing else we can do, really. He's in every therapy you can think of. And, that's just our life. The last 2 years have been even more difficult because he started having epilepsy. That's been the newest thing for us, having tonic seizures. So the amount of medication he takes is a lot because he takes medication for seizures. He takes medication for constipation. He takes medication for reflux.
Right.
So the day-to-day life and the quality life for our family is difficult for us and for his twin brother.
Yes. Well, Martha, thank you so much for calling and sharing all of that. So many, a whole host of different, manifestations of PMS that he's living with, and then, of course, the complications of treating that with so many different therapies. So really appreciate you calling and sharing. I see we have another caller. We have Heidi from Omaha, who would like to share some about her son's severe regressions. So I'd like to bring Heidi into this conversation, welcome her to the program. Heidi, are you with us?
I am here. Heidi from Omaha, Nebraska. Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
So my son was diagnosed at almost 18. And with all the minimal skills that he had, he was always diagnosed with autism, and not because we didn't keep asking. He had some minor genetic testing done when he was younger, and we always were told autism, and we always knew there was more. He's done every therapy known to mankind, and he has a very limited skill set. His bucket, I would say, on the spectrum of PMS, he's very severely affected.
Okay.
So in March of 2020, he landed himself in the ICU due to very drastic behaviors we had not seen before. We had no idea what was going on, called the squad, ended up with diagnosis of encephalitis. I thought, here's my chance. I'm going to keep pushing and ask for more and say, no, I think there's more. There's got to be something more.
Right.
Got the rest of the genetics done or whatever was available new at this time in 2020, and very exciting for us to finally have a name and a family to belong to PMS. So, but it also came with, okay, but now it's still something that is being researched and, doesn't have, it's what this whole thing is about, is trying to get things lined up for these families and kids. So, you asked a question about what was your biggest concern on that page, because my son, the page you asked for top 3, my kiddo has all of those except for seizures. So regression, I think, has been the biggest thing for us. They don't believe he'll come out of it because of the longevity of it. They think he's probably likely been in catatonia for years. But without that PMS diagnosis, it went unrecognized. Was told that it's just behaviors. I mean, we were told lots of different things, and we just kept trying therapies and meds that actually probably caused him more harm.
I see.
So he is on hospice care.
Wow.
There's not a sincere timeline, but we've been told that they just don't think he is going to come out of it. Currently, his ECT treatments are twice a week, and he's not having therapeutic range seizures in his treatments, and so he is continuing to regress. The last couple months have been extremely hard. My son used to love food. He could feed himself, but like many of the other callers and parents have said, would shove food in his mouth, and we kept telling people, this doesn't seem like autism. Like, do all kids with autism shove food in their mouth? And then all of a sudden with the regression, he stopped eating. He started choking. He started throwing up daily. We saw a GI specialist, and eventually in March of 2022, he got a feeding tube and is strictly fed on the feeding tube except for watermelon here and there. This is really hard to watch for a kid that just loved food, and it was the one thing, because he's nonverbal. He has to have full 24-hour care to help him with everything. In fact, I was showering him during the first 20 minutes of this program with my earbuds in. I'm a severe multitasker. But now he also has trouble controlling the body of his temperature with the catatonia and autonomic dysfunction. And he's on 18 milligrams of Ativan that most people will say, oh, I think you have that wrong. He's not on that. He absolutely is. So my biggest thing is, if he would have been diagnosed sooner, would he have better outcomes? Likely. I don't know. And then this clear standards of care. Because of the PMS Foundation and all the wonderful people we've met, he does have great care, and we follow that. But I think for others behind us, we absolutely want, Hayden is my son's name, to have a voice and to help others behind us. But I know hospice can be very scary to some of the other people listening, and I just want people to understand it's not like we know. He's a very severe case, probably an anomaly. I don't know. But we took him parasailing this summer. So he lives we do everything because we met some college kids that are like, sure, we'll help you do that. And
incredible.
so we just rally around him and give him a good life. I just don't want that word hospice to scare people, but I think it's important for people to know.
Yeah. Heidi, if you don't mind me asking a question, I mean, you shared so much great, information in your, Aiden's experiences. But one thing that just really stood out to me was you talked about how much he, loved food, loved eating. And with these regressions, he's had to, move to a feeding tube. Limited, ability to eat, maybe just things like watermelon. I wonder how that kind of transition and experience, is that something that was difficult for him? How did that interplay with, his, communication, his behaviors? Was there, kind of an interplay with that regression, given that's something you mentioned he loves so much?
Yeah, I think it was hard for him, and it was really hard for us to try to make things right for him, because that's what we're constantly battling with, is what would he want? What's his quality of life? How can we, make this good for him? And he was the one that started, he would purse his lips and not want the food. And for us, knowing he loved food and would eat whatever we gave him, we were just so confused and baffled. We didn't know what to do. And then we spoke to several doctors, and they really walked us through trying to honor what he's trying to tell us.
Right.
And so it's taken, he got the feeding tube in March, and it's taken me until now to kind of find that peace with it and to let him drive his ship. And if he, the really crazy thing is he started, gagging and choking and not swallowing and not chewing, and he lost so many skills that some doctors believe it's part of the process, and he felt unsafe potentially. He can't tell us any of this.
Right.
And so we have to be okay that he's trying to make his own decisions. And now he really, we cook in front of him. It was really hard for me to eat in front of him for a long time. I really struggled with that because it just seemed so unfair to him.
Sure.
And so he doesn't have a desire. I could have all of his favorite things, cookies. I could have everything on the counter, and he wouldn't even grab for it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really helpful to understand.
So,
yeah. Well, Heidi, thank you so much for calling in and sharing so much of Aiden's, again, experiences. I do want to check back in with our Zoom panel here, and maybe Ryan, have there been any important, symptoms, for your family that you'd like to share, whether it's your family's take on something we've already talked about, or maybe something we haven't covered much yet?
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. My name is Ryan Cox, and I have 3 children. My oldest, Carter's 13. And has a terminal deletion, including all the SHANK 3. I was diagnosed at 18 months. So listening to everybody, everything on there, Carter experiences, but one thing that's not on there that is really affecting him since age 2 and really still we deal with every day is rumination syndrome. And rumination syndrome is the unintentional and consistent regurgitation and bringing up of undigested food from the stomach, re-chewing it and things of that nature. So when he was young, he couldn't keep it in his mouth and lost weight. We actually tried a GJ tube where we bypassed the stomach, and he wouldn't ruminate because nothing was going in the stomach. And then when we tried to reintroduce food, he started doing it again. So we fast forward to today, and it really creates a lot of tension and stress trying to figure out what are we going to feed Carter. We have to, puree his food down as much as possible, send extra clothes and things of that nature. So we really tried a lot. We've seen GI doctors. My wife took him to Cincinnati Children's Hospital, did a lot of tests, been on Motegrity recently, it's just not working. And so the rumination's a big thing for us right now. And then the urinary retention and bladder spasms is a big problem now too. So, holding in, not controlling his bladder, urinating through his diaper, at school and having to change clothes and things like that.
Right.
So those type of things are what we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, and that rumination, is that something that occurs with every time he eats? Is this I mean, is this like, always persistent in his life?
So it's actually unbelievable how many times he does it. So
Yeah.
every single morning, one of us get up and feed Carter breakfast.
Yeah.
And probably 10 bites in, he burps and then he's ruminating. Probably an hour or two, maybe. Every time he eats, he does it. And then, and if we grind his food down as much as possible, it helps some. He'll bring it up, and now I think he doesn't want it in his mouth, so he's pulling it out of his mouth, and it's getting everywhere, and things of that nature. So it's and then we just get concerned over the longevity of things coming up and down his esophagus. Well, what kind of damage will this do to him? How is it affecting his quality of life and stuff? Being that doesn't talk, we really don't know. And so some doctors are telling us that there's nothing you can do. There's no current cure. It's a sensory thing, but it looks very unintentional, and it's very, very stressful trying to find an answer for that. So
yeah, no,
he does hundreds of times a day.
Right. Yeah, and has the strategy of using the GJ tube helped in terms of nutrition, and I know you mentioned he was underweight. Maybe earlier on, have you found any ways to help with kind of nutritional status, even though he still is experiencing this every time he actually eats?
Yeah, so when he was small and couldn't control it, we did the GJ2 placement because we were concerned with his nutritional value and him losing weight. So today, he sent the message to us he didn't like. He started pulling it out.
Okay.
So we didn't place it. We didn't place it because he couldn't swallow food. We were placing it because of the rumination, to try to treat the rumination.
Yeah.
And so when he kept pulling it out, we just said, okay, he doesn't want it in. We're just gonna deal with this. And he's been gaining weight and keeping it in his mouth. Most of the food. So we haven't seen a nutritional issue lately.
Okay.
We just have to be very careful what we feed him, the types of food we feed him, and things of that nature. And we're really running out of options, honestly. And we don't want to have him doing all liquid diet. His quality of life with all the other issues of PMS. You try to keep as many things as you can good for the children, the quality of life that they can have.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for sharing about that. It sounds very difficult, but really important to understand. I do see that we're getting quite a few written comments coming in as well, so I do want to check in, Geraldine, what are we seeing?
Well, James, I think it's interesting that in the polling data, we saw that regression was not sort of in the top 3 priorities, right? Mm-hmm. But listening to Syra and Jen and Martha and Heidi, all of them emphasized regression as a very, very important and difficult phenotype to deal with, and that's what we're seeing in many of the written comments. Yes. Diane from Boston writes, "My daughter was diagnosed with PMS at 21 years. She met all of her early milestones. She could play, imitate, comment, teach her little brother songs, and how to play Ring Around the Rosie. She was diagnosed with ASD around age 3. By the time she was 7.5, she totally disintegrated and lost every skill we fought for and was reduced to humming and slapping her legs. Her younger brothers had friends with siblings diagnosed with ASD, but they asked, 'Mom, why is Courtney the worst?' We all knew it was something worse, but it took many years to have a name for it." So that's an example of a parent that's reporting regression during childhood. Here's another example. This is from Shelby in Williamsburg, Virginia. "Mary has had many diagnoses. She was diagnosed with Phelan-McDermid syndrome at age 42. She is now 49. Her life dramatically changed at age 29 when she had a neuropsychiatric regression from which she never recovered. Currently, she has a dementia-type presentation with Parkinsonism, dystonia, and chorea. Speech comes and goes. The 3 symptoms that have had the most significant impact are neuropsychiatric episodes, regressions, and loss of conversant speech."
Yeah. Well, really appreciate everybody who has been writing in. We'll continue to share some of your quotes from your statements throughout the program, but know that we won't be able to read all of them today. So I just want to remind everyone that your input is still being captured, and we will be considering all of it as we put together the Voice of the Patient summary report. So I do want to broaden the discussion. We've already heard a little bit about how these range of different symptoms and health effects are impacting daily life, but we want to kind of bring that in more into the discussion and understand how the range of these different symptoms and health effects impact the activities of daily life and the things that are important to you and your loved ones that maybe PMS is making it difficult or maybe impossible to do. So to kick us off on this topic, we're going to go to another polling question. So go ahead and pull your phones back out, open up that browser, go to that tab in the web browser that you have, go to www.pollev.com/PMS-PFDD. Here we want to know what specific activities of daily life are important that your loved one is not able to do or struggles with due to PMS. And here again, you can select up to the top 3 of those activities that are important that are affected. So the options here are A, communicating needs or wants, B, socializing with peers and siblings, C, self-care, things like bathing, dressing, and toileting, D, the ability to eat by mouth, E, travel and vacationing, F, participating in social engagements and events, G, attending school or having a job, H, routine medical and dental care, or I, some other specific activity of daily life that's important that your loved one is not able to do or struggles to do that represents one of those top 3 things that's most important that's impacted. So we'll give you a few moments here to think about and select as you're making your selections. Want to encourage you to think about what makes, what aspects of PMS is impacting this. Is it multiple of those symptoms and health effects that we've talked about? Is it really one symptom that's driving this impact on activities in daily life? And what does this mean, in terms of the overall quality of life for your loved one to have this activity limited or made impossible? So while final results are trickling in here, what we're seeing is as kind of some of the very top 3 specific activities that are impacted. We see self-care, things like bathing, dressing, and toileting, as well as communicating needs or wants, kind of neck and neck as some of the top ones, followed somewhat closely by socializing with peers and siblings. And then we see, a little bit of a drop down perhaps as number kind of the third tier, participating in social engagements and events. But each and every one of these in somebody's top 3, including some others, some things we did not have listed, in these responses. So we want to encourage you to call in, write in, provide your experiences and what are some of those greatest impacts. But I'd like to start us off by going and checking in with our Zoom panel here. And so I'd like to maybe ask Joanna to get us started on this kind of topic, as we're thinking about those things that are important but impacted as a result of PMS. What comes to mind for you?
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Joanna. I'm from San Jose, California, and I have a son with Phelan-McDermid syndrome who is 6.5 now and an older daughter.
Yes.
So for our family, we're a family of 4, and one of the things that is really difficult for us is travel, vacation,
Yes.
events. We live in beautiful California. We can't go for a hike as a family. Is always a difficult conversation. We actually took our first family walk around the block just this past weekend because even though he's 6.5, my son has always struggled with walking because of his hypotonia. So he's never had the strength or the focus to make it truly around the block, to be fair.
Right.
But we've been working so hard on it. And that was really an amazing thing. But our family, I often say, is divided into 2 because we don't get to travel and do things together usually because there aren't the things that my son needs when we go in public, like a respectful place to change his diaper or the space for him to even eat if we go to a restaurant, because space is a huge asset that doesn't really always exist in a lot of places because they don't have to have it because they're following the minimum requirements of ADA. So when you have a child who doesn't focus and needs a lot of space for their medical stroller and things, you just don't always have that. And traveling to visit family is as wonderful as the TSA can be. It doesn't stop the fact that you have to be on a plane for 5 hours with a child who doesn't care to watch television or doesn't understand that we're going to be there soon, what that means. So I also put communication needs and wants, because it's one thing to not be able to communicate your needs or wants, but it's another thing to not even have needs or wants. And I think that people take for granted that communication sometimes is just the issue, but it goes a layer further in our family that my son doesn't even understand his wants or needs. So how can someone have the desire to even truly communicate when they don't even know what they want? So this year was the first year he found a toy he enjoyed, and I went all in. I bought 6 of them because, I mean, when your child is 6.5 and they finally found a toy that they like, that's huge. And it doesn't exist with my daughter. So I know this is not typical or normal.
Yes.
To have 6 of the exact same toy in your closet, but that's the lives that we live.
Right. And I think you did a nice job of describing the impact of being able to go on a hike and comparing that to even walking around the block. It sounds also perhaps like things like traveling on a plane or even just traveling out into public spaces, is based on some experience that you've had of trying to do that and attempting to do that. Can you share, whether it's going into a public place or trying to get on a plane to fly and visit family, what did that actually look like when you tried to do it? What were the challenges, if you can kind of describe them, that has now made that, something that's maybe more off the list for you and your family, or at least, as you said it, you kind of have to divide into 2. So, the part of the family that has to stay home with him.
Yeah. So, for example, years ago, we decided we were going to do Sesame Place because we were on the East Coast vacationing at that time. And Sesame Place is supposed to be a very inclusive, amazing environment for children with special needs. And they were very wonderful, except that my son still couldn't ride any of the rides because due to his hypotonia, they said it wouldn't be safe for him. So this is an amazing place that he's still not really allowed to do anything because he couldn't sit in any of the rides. And they did have the quiet spaces and things like that, but he wants to move. He wants to do things. My child is one of the many that has had a regression, and previous to his regression, super content to just sit anywhere and smile for hours. But after his regression, he is unable to sit still. He cannot, it's like his body just needs to be constantly in motion. And I couldn't imagine how painful that is. So we struggled to travel last time, and the thought of doing it again almost feels like it would be torture for him. So our family, we just can't all vacation together. And people look at you like you're doing a disservice to your child because you're not including them in your family. But the reality is I ask my other child to give up so much because we have to stay home or we have to leave the festival after we've only been there for an hour because her brother needs a new diaper or there's just not the proper space for him. So it's difficult to live. It's difficult because I know he doesn't understand what he's limiting the rest of the family with, but I understand, my husband understands, his sister understands, and he is super content, but I want to make his world bigger.
Joanna, you're not alone, right? I'm seeing all these comments that are coming in that are expressing that very same sentiment, how they have to be a family divided and they have a very difficult time planning family activities and especially vacation trips. Gail from Australia wrote, our whole lives were completely affected by PMS. Our family activities always needed an easy exit plan. I think something many of us can relate to. And we only ever considered family activities we could confidently attend with Joe. There are many others along that same vein.
Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you. I mean, it's important to know some of these, things that we heard from Joanna and are amplified by what we're seeing in the written comments. I'd like to check in with Carla on this, same topic. What are some of the activities that are most limited, in your families and your loved one's life?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Carla D'Imperio, and I am from Tarpon Springs, Florida, and have 3 kids. Matthew is my son with PMS. He's 7, and he was diagnosed when he was around 15 months. And then I have a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old, and my husband, Michael.
Yes.
I just echo everything Joanna said. I think that house divided, the family divided concept really resonates with me. But I'll focus more on some of the smaller activities,
okay.
The day-to-day activities. Like, for example, this past weekend, my oldest son, Joseph, had a doubleheader baseball tournament on Sunday. I'm his mom. I want to watch him play. But Michael's coaching the team. So if I go to watch Joseph play, it means I have Matthew, the wheelchair, the service dog, the whole shebang, and my focus is really on Matthew, on making sure Matthew is content, not overheating, feeding him, making sure he has water, and all of those things. And so it means I'm watching maybe 20 minutes of Joseph playing baseball and spending the rest of the day making sure Matthew has what he needs. I still go. I still want to go. I want my family to be able to do these things together. But then I have to ask myself, at what point is the stress, the anxiety, and honestly, the physical wear and tear of a 60-pound, 70-year-old or 7-year-old who's very low tone and floppy and moving him around, at what point is it worth it? So that's just a small example, and there's so many of those in our lives. My family, we're Catholic. We go to church every week. It's really hard to have Matthew sit through an hour mass, and the Catholic Mass is quick, an hour, but it's a lot to sit through with a child who is having the repetitive behaviors that are challenging, the screeching, the stimming, and just all of those different things. It makes it hard for us to even go to church as a family. That it's improved a bit since we've gotten his service dog, but it is still whoever is kind of on the Matthew side, taking care of Matthew. It's really a lot of work for them throughout the time, whereas the other parent who kind of has an eye on Joseph and Jane is the one that's really able to engage in church or whatever the activity is. So we do try to power through and go, but I think it really is at a point maybe going to be even harder as he gets bigger and stronger.
Yeah, and one thing that you said, Carla, you mentioned, that it's gotten a little bit easier to kind of make it through a service, since you've got the service dog, is that, he's, more content, he's less anxious, can maybe just describe, what makes, that experience better for him.
Yeah, sure. I think that it's the companionship and comfort of having the dog to lay on. He lays on the floor with the dog and watches his shows on a phone. That's what he wants to do. That's what he does all day when he's home. He wants to watch his shows. It's very specific shows, and he wants to lay with the dog or on the couch. So we have to kind of replicate that wherever we go to keep him happy, because if he's not happy, he's screaming and disrupting the experience for everyone else.
Right. Yeah. So his version of participating in some of these activities is kind of to bring some of what he would be doing at home, with him to these other places.
Yeah, he's so routine oriented. I mean, for Matthew, the weekends are hard because it's not a school routine. So the 5 days of school, he's in a routine. Generally, he's good. Those are good days. He comes home tired. He relaxes. Saturday comes around and he's not happy because his routine is off. So yeah, trying to replicate routines and keep things consistent for him is absolutely helpful.
I see. Well, thank you so much, Carla. I want to bring in Chris, one of our callers from Appleton, Wisconsin, whose son living with PMS. Some of the aspects of PMS have impacted his activities in daily life. So I'd like to welcome Chris to the program and ask Chris, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Our son Ryan was diagnosed with Phelan-McDermid at age 6. He's now 22, just be 23. He experienced many of the symptoms common to this syndrome: sleep issues, acid reflux, nonverbal, intellectual disability.
Yes.
But with time and a lot of work, he became verbal. He was attending school. His fine motor improved. He was potty trained. A happy, loving child. And as adolescence set in, we started to see some changes, particularly with anxiety becoming worse. And in high school, our world changed dramatically. His world changed dramatically. Okay. He became manic, OCD. He literally did not sleep for days. He was destructive, aggressive, and he was scared. And there was nothing we could do to help him, despite everything we were trying. He was hallucinating. He experienced catatonia, both the stuporous and hypermotoric versions.
Okay.
We had to have him hospitalized twice. One of the times required us to put him on hold, as he was a danger to himself and others, something I never in my life would have ever dreamed we would have to do. We had to have him removed from school. My husband had to leave employment to become his full-time caregiver. Prior to that, I was on leave from work to care for him. This was a child who, prior to this, was going to the YMCA, swimming, laughing, enjoying being with others. We were working with DVR. He was looking to get a little job at a pet store. He loved going to the library, grocery store, socializing with friends, listening to music. He enjoyed getting dressed every day, taking a bath, brushing his teeth. Now it's a celebration when we can get him to leave the house, to visit his sister and his brother-in-law, who he absolutely adores. It's a celebration being able to take a walk, like someone else recently was sharing, taking walks safely around the neighborhood. It takes two of us. We can't go one-on-one with him because he's a flight risk, and he's so strong now that he's a 22-year-old man who doesn't understand safety. Being able to listen to music and even having a television in our house is a celebration when we're able to do that, because for whatever reason it can be such a trigger for him. He is able to feed himself again. We experience a lot of the same things others do. So going to a restaurant is difficult. He still needs prompting to be able to use the bathroom. But just this week, we saw some glimmers. He showed interest in being able to read, in having us read him again. And we've been able to take him to the grocery store for a short period of time, and he was able to handle it. So we're hopeful that maybe we'll be able to enjoy some of the things that he used to enjoy in the past. But our worry is this is going to rear its head again, and we'll lose this, whatever little gains we make. And so it has a huge impact on his life.
Right. Wow. Yeah, Chris, thank you so much for sharing this. Can you share, I think you very nicely kind of described, the range of things that he, was able and actually enjoyed very much doing prior to, these regressions and some of these, neuropsychiatric symptoms worsening or onsetting, with even now, watching TV and things like that being, a kind of, a success if it can happen. Can you describe a little bit of what some what his daily life looks like maybe on those days where he's not interested in TV, what are you able to do with him? Just to help paint a little bit of a picture for us.
Yeah, on the days when he's not well and not himself, he may be pacing purposelessly, as if he cannot stop moving and he has no control. It almost looks painful. He cannot engage in anything, so he's just moving constantly. At times he looks as though he's drowning, but he's not in water. He will flail about. Look as if he's looking for some help, because he cannot control what's happening to his body or his brain. And we just try to do our best to help him through his day, trying to keep a routine as much as possible. When he wakes up in the morning, we try to do the usual, got breakfast, get ready in the morning, the self-care kinds of things, and trying to engage him in the activities that he enjoys. He's a big car fan. He's a football fan. Go Packers! And trying to engage. We use distraction. Sometimes he loves to laugh. He loves old movies like Sandy Griffith. We try to pull little videos on YouTube to try to bring him out of whatever happened to him, to keep him engaged in being here with us. We have family members, grandparents, and aunts and uncles who are instrumental. His sister, his brother-in-law are amazing. They send video clips that we can use as ways to interact with him, to bring him back, because it's almost as if when he's not well, he's in a tunnel, and we've got to bring him back, reach for the people, the voices that he hears, try to pull him out of that tunnel and get him back with us in whatever way we can. There are days we have had to follow him along with a water bottle marked by the ounces with a straw, and we have to prompt him to drink from the straw by putting it to his lips, so that he gets some water intake, and we can measure how much water is he getting, how much food is he getting, to make sure he's eating. We're monitoring everything. We have notebooks full of what his day is like, to monitor food intake, bowel movements, urination, behaviors. We can track. Is there a pattern? Are there triggers? Are there things that we can do differently to help him navigate his day and improve the quality of his life? But without our family members, they're instrumental in helping us all help him.
Yeah, well, Chris, thank you so much. This has been so helpful to hear, both, the regression and that progression of symptoms, but also helping us understand now what his daily life looks like. So really appreciate you. I do have another caller. We have Hope from Paducah, Kentucky, who is calling in to, share some of the impacts on activities in daily life. So Hope, I would like to bring you into discussion, welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hi, yes I am. Thanks so much for having me.
Welcome, yes, thank you.
So I am Hope from Kentucky. My daughter Ellie, she's 6. She was diagnosed shortly after her first birthday. And like many of the other parents, we were ignored or brushed off that everything was quote-unquote normal. But around 4 months old is when I started questioning everything. My daughter has she's a poster child for PMS symptoms. And it took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get someone to listen and to take us seriously. And we finally got answers. And it was Phelan-McDermid. She is missing her SHANK3 gene. But for as much as daily life, Joanna kind of touched on this, and I haven't heard a whole lot of other people talk about it. My daughter Ellie's 6, and she does not play with toys. We have tons of toys that just sit, and they are collecting dust. And she's got maybe 2 things that she plays with, a frog toy on the wall and this toy lamp. But her version of play is stimming. So she will stim on this lamp for hours. And her newest thing is to go through our house stimming on doorknobs. I mean, just over and over again. And Joanna talked about how her son never stops moving.
Right.
And that is my daughter. She is either dead asleep or she is constantly this ball of motion. She never settles. She can't sit still. So it makes communication hard, trying to teach her things hard. And I think that's our biggest struggle right now. And she just started kindergarten this year. So they're having trouble with that. They have to do hand over hand. She can't grasp things to feed herself or write. She has an AAC device for communication, but cognitively, she's not where she can communicate. And physically, she can't isolate her finger yet. So a lot of times she's just kind of slapping at the screen. So we still are unsure of what she wants. So our days are very long, trying to keep her entertained. The only thing she loves is Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Yes.
Like so many of the other parents, is constantly running at our house. But she won't watch every episode. Some she acts like she's terrified of. And we recently found out that one episode was causing her so much distress that she started having galactic seizures. I did not even know that was a thing. So they've considered her borderline for developing epilepsy for a while.
Right.
And they won't give us a full-blown diagnosis because she's only had febrile and the gelastic. But we did finally put her on Keppra. And we haven't had any of the laughing, seizure, manic episodes in a long time.
Wow.
So we're hoping we've had some revolve with that.
Yeah. Well, hope this has been really, really informative. Thank you for sharing everything from the stimming to, communication, and now kind of the onset of some of the epilepsy symptoms. I do want to check in because I see we've been getting some more written comments on this topic of impacts and activities. So, Geraldine, what are you seeing?
Yeah, well, Joanna, Carla, and Chris talked a lot about sort of the social impacts, the impacts on the family dynamic, but we have one comment here that is about the impacts on health from behavioral and developmental delays. Talia from Houston writes, "There's nothing wrong with my 7-year-old son's teeth so far as we are aware due to SHANK 3 variant. However, we just recently had to get 13 cavities filled, narrowly missing a pulpotomy and crown. Due to his severe intellectual disability, he is entirely clueless about the point of keeping teeth clean or going to the dentist. We can kind of brush his teeth, but flossing is impossible, and dental cleanings will, going forward, require sedation because he is now too strong to hold down. The last time we tried, even with 5 adults and a papoose-like contraption, we could barely keep him still, so the dentist could just examine his teeth. He just does not understand, and he is very strong." So thank you, Talia, for sharing that comment and really helping us understand, some of the health-related consequences of behavioral and developmental problems in PMS.
Yeah, I totally, a whole additional bucket of activities in daily life that, sometimes it's not necessarily the true day-to-day things like, dressing and feeding and everything that we think most about, but certainly important to hear how, important things like, health and dental care are also impacted by these symptoms. As we're continuing this discussion and thinking about and understanding the impacts of PMS, we do recognize that while there's so much that has been experienced in your lives and that you're experiencing currently, you may also day-to-day be thinking about your loved one's future living with the condition. And so we'd like to focus on that topic a little bit now this morning. And to start us off, we're going to have one more polling question for you. So go ahead and pull out those phones, go to that browser, open up a tab in your web browser on your computer. If you're following along that way, go to www.polev.com/PMS-PFDD. And here we're asking, what worries you most about your loved one's condition in the future? And you can select up to the top 3 greatest worries. The options are A, that symptoms will get worse, B, not being able to communicate health problems, C, falling and injury, D, uncontrolled seizures, E, uncontrolled pain, F, impacts on family relationships, G, limited social and recreational engagement, H, complete dependence on caregivers, I, premature death, or J, some other worry that's not otherwise listed in this polling question as one of the response options that represents one of your top 3 worries about your loved one's condition in the future. And while you're putting in your responses to this, I do want to address, there was an earlier polling question where it appeared that some of you may not have been able to respond. It turns out there's so many active participants today that we actually reached a cap on that question. So apologize for those of you that weren't able to enter in on that, but did want to address that and let you know that we did realize that that occurred. All right, so while your final responses are trickling in here on this question of what worries you about your loved one's condition in the future, it looks like kind of the top 2 worries that are represented today are A, that symptoms will get worse, and H, that complete dependence on caregivers. So certainly there's, I think there's probably certain symptoms that are informing your those 2 worries. So we'd love to hear from you about why those are your greatest worries, but also is there anything specifically driving those worries? We see perhaps as a second tier here that not being able to communicate health problems. And then after that, we see every single other one of these in some number of people's top 3. Again, just showing just how the wide range of different impacts that now are turning into a wide range of different worries. And we do see premature death being a top 3 worry for a number of people as well. So to kick us off in this discussion about worries for the future and how that may relate to things that you've already experienced, I want to start with our Zoom panel here and check in with Ryan. Ryan, I know you had some thoughts about impacts on activities in daily life. Does that inform your worries for the future? Anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, so I think a little bit from the second one over into the third polling question, I think about in my mind, hearing some of the parents speak is social isolation, emotional isolation. We kind of talk about it a lot. All the things that the kids are limited to do because of the syndrome, I think sometimes leads to that social isolation, or split and divide and conquer families. And, I have a big problem with seeing that Carter's mind, he can understand a lot of things, and then him not being able to do things is really hard for me. Like, so for instance, like when you talk about toys, they may want to play with them, but because their motor skills are so bad, they can't, and that's frustrating, so they don't play with them,
Right.
Or, I have a daughter that dances, and if Carter's being very vocal, we might exclude him from the competition, and then you feel guilty for isolating them. And I just fear in the future, leading into this question, that being socially isolated may lead to some of these mental or what do you say, psychiatric type issues maybe that come about to where it becomes a stress on family relationships, trying to manage it, not being able to communicate their needs, trying medications and things, not knowing how they make the child feel and react. It's just all those things are fearful. I just don't want my child as an adult just sitting in a room, bobbing his head back and forth, and there's no quality of life for my wife and I or him. And I just want people to know that that's on people's minds. That's some people, they're like, okay, we retire, our kids grow, they get married, they move out. And that's not what we think.
Right.
I'm thinking, what are we going to do to make Carter's life great when he's an adult too? Like, that's what I'm worried about in the future. How can I make his life better? And what kind of advancements can we have in the future to make these children be able to be more involved in things?
Yeah. Very well said, Ryan. I want to thank you for adding in on that and really helping both understand some of the interplay of these different symptoms and how that's driving social isolation, but also maybe then that social isolation driving some of the challenges that your loved ones are facing. I do see that we have a phone caller, Marie from Orlando, Florida, who's calling in and wants to share how some of the experiences that her loved one has experienced has caused concerns for his future. So Marie would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you for having me. So my son is 19 years old. He has been diagnosed at 18 months old with autism, but I suspected that he was born already with the condition. It was not suddenly a regression. He didn't have a sudden regression at 18 months old. I understood that he had autism before. Then we started early intervention as soon as possible with therapies like speech therapy, OT, or ABA therapies.
Yes.
I was noticing that he was not improving as much as I was hoping he would with an early intervention. We pushed for more genetic testings, and later on we had a diagnosis with the SHANK3 variant when he was 6-7 years old.
Yes.
This is how I got into the Phelan-McDermid syndrome diagnosis. You understand that was a long time ago.
Yes, yes.
My son was still displaying symptoms, core autism symptoms, intellectual disability, self-injurious behavior, aggressive behavior, pica, sleep problems. We didn't sleep for 10 years with major property destructions. And at 11 years old, we fell into a behavioral crisis with him, the first one that we had. And I had to call the Agency for Persons with Disabilities for crisis, and they did an investigation. And so at this time, he has been placed on the Florida Med waiver for crisis, and we have been lucky enough to receive much more services. You have to understand that for a person like my son, services should be every day, 8 hours a day minimum. So that's very difficult financially for families like us to be able to provide the finance to support therapies for a person who has so much disability.
Yes.
And I unfortunately couldn't work myself because I became pretty much a caregiver for my son. So that really did impact our family in a financial point of view, and also other points of view. When he started his first behavioral crisis that I would call also a regression, sometimes the regression part of my son, yes, he doesn't really have speech. We gained a little bit of speech, but the regression is mostly behavioral in our hands.
Okay.
So lots of he has been diagnosed at this time with dystonia and catatonia. He started to develop psychosis. I understood that my son was also experiencing hallucinations like visual, auditive, and tactile. He was losing his bladder control. We could not control him anymore, and it was becoming extremely dangerous at my house.
Right.
For us caregivers or anybody, even for the therapist. The aggressions were so strong that we had to have medical care. I mean, hitting, scratching, especially bitings, and that was very difficult to control at this point. Then we had a little bit of a break, and we had another behavioral crisis or regression. When I would say regression is that really he's not absolutely responding to anything. He is just absolutely trapped in his psychosis.
Yes.
And it's just odd behaviors, and the dystonia and the catatonia are taking completely over. And there is no, we just can only try to control safety for himself and for ourselves.
Yes.
And for the community too.
Sure. Yeah. Well,
because you don't want my son to run away and attacking somebody, of course.
Right.
So he has been hospitalized under these conditions, And we have been able to control his dystonia, and that has helped a lot. And we have increased behavioral therapies, and he's in a better place than he used to be.
Yeah, well, Marie, thank you so much for that's been really helpful to understand so much about your son's journey and the regressions and really the multiple waves of regressions here. So really appreciate you sharing on that. I do want to check back in with our Zoom panel here for a moment. I'll ask just for sake of time that we keep this kind of concise, but I do want to maybe first check in with Joanna. Thoughts on any worries or concerns for the future?
Yeah, if I could define my son, I would say I tend to say that he's something I like to call dangerously mobile. It's that he can move his body, but he doesn't truly understand the implications of the movements of his body. So there's no one in this world that loves my son as much as me, and there's no one in this world that gets hurt by my son as much as me. He kicks me, he punches me, he bites me. Just going to be blunt, never out of anger, purely because he doesn't understand what he's doing. I have stayed awake so many nights, terrified of what will happen when one day my son does this to the wrong person. I could never hurt my son.
Yeah.
It would break me into a million pieces. But people have human reaction. I am terrified at the thought that my son will just hurt someone and they will hurt him back. And that is something that I don't want to apologize for being upset about it, but there is nothing that terrifies me more than the moment I can't take care of my son anymore.
Yeah.
And this is a conversation I know a lot of families have, because we want to be there for our children forever. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity to be able to just put out in the world that if there's a way to help my children so that they can be safe for their whole lives, or at least have the ability to say, I'm not safe, to understand that they're not safe. I mean, that would be an amazing opportunity. So thank you.
No, thank you, Joanna. And we saw in the polling, one of the big concerns was, the caregiving of your loved ones. And I think you really put some, helped us really understand why that was rated so highly. Jen, do you have a thought on this topic as well?
Yeah, I think, and Joanna was touching on this, that as a parent of a disabled child, the reality is that it is a very physically demanding job. And something that we constantly in our house are thinking about is, right now Sloan is 7, she's 55 pounds. And despite having Phelan-McDermid and some hypotonia, she is extraordinarily strong. And so we have to physically, pick her up and put her places. We have to care for her in every aspect, changing her pull-up, giving her a shower, brushing her teeth.
Yeah.
And what does that look like when she's a grown adult? And how are our own bodies going to be able to keep up with her and to give her the appropriate level of care? And then there's the other side of that is the financial side that, she's 7, but we are already, for years have been already thinking about how are we going to support her for the rest of her life in a way that gives her dignity and comfort and safety. And those are big things to think about.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jen. And Carla, I think you wanted to add something on this topic as well.
Yeah, I think that's something that I've heard PMS parents say time and again, and I agree with completely, is the fear of the unknown of what the future holds. Our kids have such a gamut of outcomes and symptoms, and we just don't know. The reality is we just don't know, and that's terrifying. And that means that a parent like me, speaking for myself, I'm sitting here thinking about what happens if Matthew lives longer than me. Who's going to take care of him if my husband and I go first? And that's a terrifying thought of who would love him like we do, who would do everything we do for him. I mean, in a lot of ways, he is like a baby. He requires total care, total attention for his safety. And then the other side of that is, what if he dies first? And again, this is not normal. This isn't a normal thing for a mother to have to consider. I think so much of what's being discussed today by the panelists and the calls, these aren't normal things for families to have to deal with, and life with a PMS child is outside the realm of normal. So those are my thoughts on it.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate all of you sharing on this. I know that's, for sure this is not normal, and it's why it's so important for each, all of you on Zoom, everyone's called in, and all of the writers to keep sharing, because we need to really understand what this looks like, and you've been doing a great job at doing that. Just where we're given in terms of time, we have a minute left, but I know we've had many people be writing in with comments of their concerns for the future. So before we end this session, Geraldine, what are people writing in about?
Well, two major themes are coming across in the written comments, and they reflect Carla and Jen's concern about what the uncertainty and what happens in the future and the parents' ability to care for their needs, and also reflect Ryan's concern about maintaining quality of life. And I'll just end with a little snip from Karen in Pollock Pines. She describes that her 22-year-old daughter has experienced some real setbacks and regression. And sorry, my comment went away. I'm sorry, I've lost the comment now. It's let me see if I can find it. I'm sorry, I'm unable to find the comment about now, but she really goes on to underscore the point that all she wants is to help maintain her daughter's quality of life and to bring back some of those skills so that she can help her child have some autonomy and independence and quality of life.
Sure, and I think maybe comments have refreshed.
Okay,
if you
let
want,
me see if I can find that, yeah. Oh, here it is. We try to give her choices to pick from, to give her a sense of control of her life that has spiraled so horribly wrong the past 2 years. We work hard every day to keep her safe and try to make her comfortable. Her quality of life is what we want most for her. Please help find that magic pill to bring her back.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you to everyone who has written in, called in. I know we have not been able to get to everyone that has called in. We have not been able to read every comment that's been submitted. Please keep them coming. We'll have another opportunity for you to have your voice heard this afternoon when we reconvene and build on this morning discussion as we think about and talk about the current treatment approaches that are available and what you're looking for from future treatments. But at this point, we're going to go to a break. So we're going to reconvene at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, about 30 minutes from now. So for now, we'll head to that break. Thank you again, and we'll talk to you very soon. Good afternoon. My name is James Valentine. I'm your meeting moderator. I'm here with Geraldine Bliss from CureSHANK, my co-host, and we want to welcome you back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on Phelan-McDermid syndrome. Wow, we had such an incredible morning session with all of you in this community, helping us understand what it is to live with PMS. And here in this afternoon, we're going to build on that and really now start to explore the different approaches to treatment that this community is trying to help make life with PMS a little bit easier, but also spend some time understanding what your perspectives and preferences are for future approaches. So if we can pull up our afternoon discussion questions, what I really want to, as we explore some of these current approaches to treatment, we really want you to know that while we understand there's no FDA-approved treatments for PMS specifically, here we want to hear about a range of things, whether that's medications that you're using for individual symptoms that your loved ones experience, whether you're employing physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, other types of treatment and care to help with some of these symptoms and health effects, but also things that you're doing more broadly or holistically, whether that's non-traditional medical approaches or even things that you're doing kind of in daily life, whether that's communication assistance devices or other adaptations or accommodations that you're making to the household or just as part of life. Again, anything that you're trying or using to make living with life with PMS a little bit easier is what we want to hear about in this session and what we'll generally refer to as treatment kind of collectively. So this afternoon, we want to know, what are you currently doing to manage your loved one's PMS symptoms? We want your assessment of how well those are working to treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of PMS, everything that you helped us understand as being so troublesome and impacting daily life from this morning. We want to understand, where are treatments perhaps having some impact and helping, but also where are they not? We also know that particularly with medical treatments, almost all treatments come with side effects and downsides. So we want to know, what are those most significant downsides to your current loved one's treatments and how do those downsides affect their lives? And then once we've explored these range of different current treatment approaches, we'll look towards the future and think, while we all would like a cure for PMS, thinking about something that might come before that cure, what specific things would represent an ideal future treatment? Or maybe a little differently, what factors would be important in deciding whether you would have your loved one try a new treatment? So to help us in thinking through these topics, we have a panel of your peers who will be sharing their thoughts. We have Lizette, Mike, Shiori, Lacey, and Avis. Lizette, take it away.
Hello, my name is Lizette and I live in California with my husband and 2 children. My son Ricky is 11 years old and was diagnosed with Phelan-McDermid syndrome right before his 4th birthday. Our journey into treatments began early on before we even had the diagnosis. We tried an array of treatments, from pharmaceuticals to the holistic approach, including many drugs and therapies. We were desperate and sleep deprived. We slept maybe 2 to 3 hours before he was up again. We sought help from a neurologist, a chiropractor, and an OT. After a year of treatments, which included 5 sessions per week of neurofeedback, 3 weekly visits to the chiropractor for body adjustments, and monthly visits to his neurologist for medication management, which included Briviac, Epidiolex, Kolevzon, clonazepam, valproic acid, the changes were clearly visible. Ricky began sleeping through the night and would only have sleep disturbances 4 nights each month. Other areas that we noticed improvement were that his seizure activity was stabilized, his eye contact had improved, asthma was under control, eczema had cleared, posture had improved, and he had gained gross motor skills. We had to discontinue these treatments because it wasn't manageable for us to continue due to time constrictions, except for the neurologist. Since then, Ricky has maintained a good sleeping pattern. We did notice that after we discontinued the neurofeedback, there was more seizure activity, which is why we continue to see the neurologist. Ricky has been having issues with constipation. The GI doctor prescribed lactulose, and after 6 months on the medication, we felt that we were getting nowhere. My son's OT suggested that we should try the QRI mat and lights. They are cold lasers. The lights became too much for us to manage, but we were able to have Ricky lay on the mat daily. Unfortunately, we did not see much improvement with his bowel movements, but what we saw was that his comprehension was incredible compared to before using the mat. He was coming to us and requesting help. He was extremely aware of who entered a room. He smiled and was way more expressive, and now has many facial expressions that we had never seen before. Another improvement we noticed was his nocturnal seizure activity had declined. For families like ours that must balance work and family life, this is a simple and great treatment. Recently, Ricky had a 24-hour EEG, and for the first time since before he was 4 years old, there was no seizure activity or irregularities. Needless to say, we were over the moon about that. The services that have remained consistent for the last 8 years are OT, PT, behavior therapy, and speech therapy. It's very clear to me that the benefit of these services outweigh the sacrifices I'd have to make. Some of the treatments that we have tried, we either couldn't keep up with or didn't work out. For example, CBD made him cry, and gluten-free diet didn't show any benefits. The listening program was probably one of the therapies that we might have tried too early. We are always willing to participate in clinical trials in hopes that researchers can help develop a treatment that would make living with Phelan-McDermid syndrome more functional. Ricky has participated in mapping the genotype and natural history. And currently, we are trying to get selected to participate in a clinical trial which we are hoping will be very promising for children like Ricky. As Ricky's mother, I'm prepared to make sacrifices and take the necessary risks in trying new treatments because I'm unwilling to accept that this is it for my son. I just want my son to have a chance of having a better quality of life, to be able to self-feed, groom, dress, use the restroom, and communicate with his AAC device independently. Basic living and life skills, all the little things that many of us potentially took for granted prior to having someone with Phelan-McDermid syndrome in our life. That's what I want for my son. All the little things that he was robbed from having.
Hi, my name is Mike. I am Matthew's dad. And together with my wife, Sarah, we are Matthew's main caretakers. We received Matthew's diagnosis at 1, and he's now 21. Matthew's deletion is one of the larger ones among the PMS population at 7.74 megabases. When healthy, Matthew is joyful, happy, often clapping and babbling. If we're up to Matthew, he'd be outside on the move from the moment he wakes up until bedtime. He loves to ride in the car, go down slides, and explore amusement parks. Sarah classifies him as non-wordle because he is quite communicative, but he does not use words. He tends to perseverate around a few buttons on his communication device, so understanding his wants and needs, especially when not feeling well, is a challenge. In addition to his overarching severe global developmental delay, Matthew has several challenging conditions, including autistic catatonia, also known as regression disorder, abdominal migraines, sporadic acute fecal impaction, lymphedema, and varus ankles. We manage his lymphedema with compression socks and intermittent lymphatic massage. He wears braces for his varus ankles. Due to his communication challenges, it took years to diagnose his abdominal migraines and catatonia. He has repeatedly gone through a battery of tests as we pursue various theories of what ails him, only to learn it was something else. We manage his abdominal migraines with Periactin. He takes Miralax twice per day and Pepsid to keep his intestinal tract moving, along with the occasional enema. Catatonia is a recent diagnosis received in May. 2 years before, Matthew suddenly stopped walking unassisted, frozen unless he was holding on to you. He had never seemed fearful before, and suddenly he would not walk a few steps in the house without holding on. After many tests and what we believe to be a vision problem, which we fixed with prescription sunglasses, the more acute symptoms subsided. But over the next 2 years, he had several month-long periods where he was lethargic, losing over 10 pounds each time, and generally failing to thrive. He also had periods of extreme excitement, where he would clap vigorously or pace back and forth for hours, unable to decide where to go or what to do. This spring, he had a more acute episode where he was listing to his right while walking, bumping into things, and generally stuporous. This led us to his diagnosis of excited catatonia. While he does at times shut down, his type of catatonia is punctuated more often by extreme agitation and constant hours-on-end pacing, being generally unsettled and manic-like, clapping and babbling at high rates for long periods. In our research, we learned as many as 15% of folks with autism have catatonia. The percentage is likely that high for folks with PMS. This particular affliction has been devastating as Matthew is no longer himself when the catatonia strikes. The connection we have when he is at baseline is gone, his affect becomes flat, and he's generally miserable. To treat it, we started an Ativan challenge where his dosage is slowly increased until his catatonia subsides. We are concerned about this treatment long-term because we are told dosages can rise to as high as 9 milligrams 3 times per day. Unlike the sedative effect typical for most people who take Ativan, Ativan elevates Matthew's mood, mitigates his fear, and activates his innate personality by removing the underlying anxiety. So far, at the lower doses of Ativan, it tends to work for about a week where he returns closer to baseline. Then the therapeutic effect wears off. We're also pursuing IVIG treatment. Infusions take 4 hours, administered monthly, and since Matthew can't sit still for 30 seconds, it means he will have to be sedated, which is always a worry. We generally shy away from research studies because we worry about how Matthew would react. He is often an aberration medically, and we tend to be risk-averse with new medicines for him. The severity of the impact from catatonia makes us willing to take more risks to find a solution, however, so more than likely we will participate in an IVIG study out of LA Children's Hospital. Our hope is for a more effective long-term treatments for this kind of catatonia. The Ativan is addictive, with its efficacy often diminishing over time. The IVIG treatment is still being studied, but each infusion wears off after a month. And while low, IVIG has its own risk of transferring to Matthew a pathogen or virus from the blood product used. Of course, we would love to have a total cure for PMS, maybe a way to insert the missing piece of his 22nd chromosome into each cell of the body, but I suspect that is still a ways off. Nonetheless, we remain ever hopeful.
My name is Shori and I live in Irvine, California with my husband and 2 kids. My younger child, Sammy, is 7 years old. She was diagnosed with Phelan-McDermid syndrome when she was 2.5 years old. Before Phelan-McDermid syndrome diagnosis, she was diagnosed with global development delay. It didn't mean anything to us. It just tells us development was delayed in all areas, which we already knew. At age 18 months, we were introduced to an early intervention program because Sammy didn't walk or speak. We started with physical therapy, and occupational therapy and infant stimulation and group therapy were added. Age of 4, she was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder level 3 and also dysfunction syndrome. Music therapy, feeding therapy, and speech therapy and ABA therapy were added. Speech therapy clinic was recommended to us, which is good to help nonverbal child. However, I don't have time to take her to many appointments. I choose ABA clinic, which offer occupational and speech therapy together. They work as a team, especially ABA works well. She is learning how to behave and express her well. Hypertonia is one of the biggest things in PMS. Sammy started walking when she was 2, so her low muscle tone might not be severe, but her body coordination is not so great. She's still learning to use her hand to protect her face when she falls. Thanksgiving 4 years ago, she fell and hit her face little above her right eye. It swollen a lot and I took her to urgent care. She is nonverbal, so of course, we couldn't tell us how much pain she was in. We couldn't tell he had little pain or huge pain. Also, she had high pain tolerance, which is one of the features of PMS. Palpitation did not reveal whether there was a clot in the bone or not. We had to take her to ER for CT scan. If she could have told us how painful she was, we might not be a CT. Her high tolerance for pain and being nonverbal requires us to have an exam to figure out what's going on with her. She needed to take anti-anxiety medication to stay still for CT scan. Last year, she was diagnosed with epilepsy. Since she was 3, she had had the febrile seizure once a year. She had difficulty regulating body temperature, and then once it started, her fever raised quickly. Whenever she has a fever, it's followed by a seizure. She tends to have overfeed frequently, so she had febrile seizure often. We were hoping that she could grow up like typical development kids. However, she started a seizure without a fever last December. Neurologist told us BACO3 can cause a seizure. She is shallow sleeper. She wakes up middle of the night with small less noise. We tried melatonin, but it only helped us falling asleep. She falls asleep well, but she wakes up often. We started using clonidine. She's definitely sleep better, but her seizure didn't stop. We started using Kepler, and she didn't have a seizure for 5 months. During that time, she got a COVID accompanied by fever. She didn't have any seizures, even though her temperature got up over 100. However, seizure started again when new school year started. Doctor increased the dose from 500 milligram to 750 milligram. Seizure kept happening at school, but not home. Maybe there was too much stimulation at school. Maybe seizures are silent and short, and I don't see them. We have done EEG 3 times in the past, but never detected seizure. Sammy struggled with EEG, tried to pull the lid off her head. We will try doing 40-hour EEG in a month. Depending on the result, doctor will increase seizure medication dose. I would be super happy if there was a treatment for PMS symptom, but I know that won't happen anytime soon. I'll be happy if there was a treatment for epilepsy, hypotonia, or little improvement for communication skill. That would be life-changing for Sammy and my family.
My name is Lacey, and my youngest daughter, Avonlea, has Phelan-McDermid syndrome. While she has many of the characteristics of PMS, she suffers the most from severe hypotonia and epilepsy. She presents with joint and ligament laxity, an excessive low muscle tone with quick fatigue. She is unable to sustain weight-bearing positions in both upper and lower extremities and has difficulty sustaining any anti-gravity positions. She has poor body awareness, poor proprioception, and no safety awareness. In standing and transitioning, she has no riding reaction or protective extensions to catch herself or recover from a loss of balance. She demonstrates a quick, immediate loss of balance with complete collapse to the floor, making therapy and daily life dangerous and difficult. Currently, the only treatment for hypotonia or joint and ligament laxity are physical and occupational therapy and sensory stimulation. Avonlea has been in therapy since she was 6 months old, attending 10 hours a week for the past 6 years, including aquatic and hippotherapy. We also work at home, and she spends 3 hours a day in a standing frame. Avonlea wears custom ankle-foot orthotics for ankle stability. She wears a Theratog, an FDA-approved garment that gives individuals with sensory motor impairment improved postural alignment and stability. She also uses Benix wrist splints and kinesio tape. These bracing options offer additional support while in use, but offer no long-term benefits. There are several medicinal and surgical options for hypertonia and tight joints and ligaments. It would be beneficial if there were similar options for hypotonia and lax joints and ligaments. Avonlea is 9 years old and weighs 52 pounds. Positioning her, moving her, lifting her, and transferring her are already difficult tasks and will only get more difficult as she grows. Having treatment to increase muscle tone and decrease joint and ligament laxity would improve the lives of not only Avonlea, but myself, my husband, her siblings and therapists, and any future caregivers. We don't have caregivers outside of our immediate family because Avonlea is so hard to physically manage safely. Improving muscle tone would likely lead to Avonlea being able to meet basic milestones like reliable, independent sitting and standing, walking, helping with transitions into the bathtub, wheelchair, or car seat. Treatments could also improve organ systems affected by hypertonia. Being upright and mobile might improve her respiratory function, digestion, circulation, bowel and bladder function, and bone development. She could gain the strength to cough, blow her nose, or even initiate toileting on her own. These are all basic life skills many of us take for granted. Avonlea's other significant symptom of Phelan-McDermid syndrome is epilepsy. Unlike hypotonia, there are many treatment options, both medicinal and surgical. Avonlea was diagnosed with epilepsy at age 2. She was treated with Keppra for several years until breakthrough seizures led her doctor to add Onfi. Once seizures started breaking through again, we tried adding Lamictal, but its side effects were too great. We recently added Banzel, but even with 3 medications, seizures are still uncontrolled. We will be trying the ketogenic diet in the coming months, and if that too is unsuccessful, we will discuss surgical options. While I'm grateful for some seizure control, we see so many negative side effects. Avonlea's most common are dizziness, headache, irritability, tiredness, loss of strength and energy, problems with coordination, mood and behavioral changes, sleepiness, difficulty swallowing, drooling, appetite changes, constipation, excessive movement, difficulty paying attention, problems with urination, and loss of bone density. She was recently diagnosed with osteopenia following 2 leg fractures in 2 years. The first fracture was treated with a typical cast for 2.5 weeks, resulting in a pressure wound requiring wound care for 9 weeks. The second fracture was treated with a knee immobilizer as the temporary splint left another significant wound. Avonlea is now being treated with bisphosphonate infusions to help prevent future fractures. Given treatment for hypotonia and lax joints and ligaments, or better seizure treatments with fewer side effects, would greatly improve all areas of Avonlea's life. Her social, emotional, and psychological development has been greatly impacted by not being able to do what her peers can do. She is unable to live life at eye level and interact with others in an age-appropriate way. As a parent, it is heartbreaking to watch your child live this way. I am asking you today to spend time and research on working to develop a treatment for hypotonia and joint and ligament laxity, and to consider the side effects of current seizure medications. The impact this would have on our lives is truly understated. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Avis, and I'm a dentist and a mother of 3 boys. My youngest son, Bennett, is 8 years old, and he has Phelan-McDermid syndrome. Bennett was born premature and has been admitted to the ICU over 5 times thus far in his life, mostly for breathing issues and aspiration problems. He's undergone 1 surgery for an emergency tonsillectomy related to severe sleep apnea, and he has a team of over 11 specialists and 5 therapists. He has required so much time and medical interventions that only 1 parent in our household can work. Bennett has autism, ADHD, intellectual disabilities, brain damage due to a lack of oxygen, which was caused by the sleep apnea, global developmental delays, generalized hypotonia, feeding disturbances, he's nonverbal, has a weakened immune system, hip dysplasia, a weak pelvic floor, issues with his legs pronating, which requires his leg braces. He elopes, has no understanding of danger, a high tolerance for pain, is not potty trained, and is being monitored for seizures. When he was only 6 years old, Bennett eloped. He ran down the street barefoot and without his helmet or his leg braces. A concerned neighbor saw him running in front of cars and pulled him out of the street. At that same moment, a police officer took over and asked Bennett his name, but he was unable to respond as he's nonverbal. They asked where he lived, and again, only babbling was the response. The officer flashed his lights and turned on the sirens, and Bennett was placed into the back of the police car, terrified. He was hitting himself, rocking back and forth, and the officer was very apologetic, and I was just thankful my son was safe. When we got home, and in less than 2 hours, he tried to elope again. I mean, we put many measures into place since to protect him. We've got pull alarms on every exterior door, handle locks. We've alerted all the neighbors. And he's not particularly steady on his feet and falls frequently, and he doesn't consistently protect his head when he's falling. And this is why he needs that helmet and the leg braces. And this is all part of how PMS, which is Phelan-McDermid syndrome, can be so dangerous. Bennett's ADHD makes learning difficult as he's unable to focus or sit still consistently. He's tried numerous medications. One time my son was put on dextroamphetamine and he had psychotic episodes. We started him on the medication and at first it seemed to be helpful. We titrated the doses as we were directed, and after 2 weeks his behavior started to change. He was quieter, sat still for longer periods of time, and seemed to be able to focus better. But when the meds wore off, the come down was violent and awful. He would hit and scratch himself, and in one incident, he nearly bit off his brother's nipple violently. We could not understand what had happened to our sweet, gentle-natured son. I called the developmental pediatrician, saying we were suddenly fearing our child. He was hitting and biting himself and others, and we were directed to stop the medication immediately, as one of the side effects is psychosis and addiction. We were horrified. We hoped and prayed that the changes weren't permanent, and he's since returned to his normal self. We had been fearful of trying any new medications since due to this experience, but now he's currently on the third medication he's tried for the ADHD, and luckily psychosis is not a side effect with this one. He will not be taking amphetamines ever again. And it's scary that this medication that can help someone can hurt another. Bennett's also being treated with many therapies. He has physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, recreational therapy, behavioral therapy, music therapy, and ABA. Due to the lack of speed of progression, he's been dropped by multiple therapists. And when they're dropped, these PMS kids have further regression. We had to find another facility for him to receive therapies, and recently he's been dropped again for the same reason. So we're currently searching for therapists. An ideal treatment for Bennett would be to help with his impulsivity. This could help keep him safe. I hope that these experiences that my family have navigated gives you a little insight into our lives. We deeply love Bennett and are trying our best to provide him with a good quality of life. And hopefully you can understand these real life challenges in handling his safety and care. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Avis, for sharing Bennett's journey, and to all of our panelists for sharing all of the things you're doing to try to help your loved ones improve their quality of life and treat the symptoms that they're experiencing as a result of their PMS. So now it's our second opportunity today to open up this discussion to all of you who are following along in the live program, our families of those living with PMS. We want to invite you into this discussion. And so to get a sense of the range of different treatment experiences as we first tackle this question of what have you used and how well is it working, we're going to go to a couple of polling questions to better understand that. So if you have just joined us, we're going to be asking you to pull out your phones, open up a browser, go to a new tab in your web browser, go to www.polev.com/PMS-PFDD. Again, that's polev.com/PMS-PFDD. You can keep this webpage up for the remainder of the program. And as we go to different polling questions, we'll be able to, those will automatically appear for you to respond to. So our first question this afternoon, we want to know what medications and medical treatments does your loved one currently use to treat symptoms associated with PMS? Select all that apply. The options are A, dietary and herbal or OTC supplements and multivitamins, B, products to help with sleep, C, drug products to help with behavioral and psychiatric aspects, D, seizure drugs, E, drugs for GI issues, F, medical marijuana, cannabidiol or CBD or Epidiolex, or G, surgical procedures, or H, some other medication or medical treatment that's not listed here. I'll note that we have a separate question we'll be asking about some of the non-medication type approaches. So I'll remind our audience that this is the first time we're seeing the number of responses that allow for more than one response option. So the percentages we're seeing are not a percentage of total people picking each answer, but the percentage of total responses. And what we're seeing here is that some of the most commonly used treatments, medical treatments in this population are the dietary herbal OTC supplements and multivitamins, GI drugs, sleep drugs. Pretty close though, as a somewhat second tier, is drugs for behavioral and psychiatric symptoms and seizure drugs. But we do have some experience with everything listed here, including a number of other things that aren't listed, so we would love to hear about those. If we go to our second polling question, now we'd like to understand, besides medications and treatments, what do you and your loved one currently use to help manage the symptoms of PMS? And you can select all that applies. So these are some of the non-medication type approaches we want to hear about today. Options being A, physical therapy, B, occupational therapy, C, ABA therapy, D, lymphedema specific treatments, E, speech therapy, F, feeding therapy, G, mobility aids, H, general diet modification, I, complementary therapies, J, ankle foot orthotics, hand braces and back braces, K, other things, anything we haven't mentioned on this slide or the other, or L, if you're not doing anything to help manage symptoms currently. So as it stands, it looks like some things are rising to the top at some of the most common different treatment strategies. We're seeing speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy at the top of the list. ABA, general diet modifications, kind of as a second tier, although very closely followed behind by many of the others. We're seeing that we have experience in our audience with every single different treatment approach here, including, and then only a few people responding saying that they're not currently doing anything to manage symptoms. So if we go to one more polling question at this point, I want you to think about all of the different things that you've now selected across these two questions. So we go to our third polling question. So here we want to know, how well does all of that together help and to treat the most significant symptoms of your loved one's Phelan-McDermid syndrome? The options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, this is not applicable because you're currently not using anything, for your loved one is not using anything to treat the symptoms of PMS. So as you're thinking about this and answering this, I want you to think about, this is of course a subjective question. We're asking you your take on how well these treatments are helping. And so regardless if you're in the over 50% who are saying it's helping somewhat, what was your measure of some success, but not maybe success that rises to the level of being to a great extent? What are your kind of informal metrics? What do you deem those some of those treatment successes? We do want to hear about what is helping. If you're in around the 1/3 of people who say that it's helping very little, similarly, we want to hear from you. What is being tried and what is not working? And certainly for the under 5% saying that it's helped not at all, we want to hear that experience as well. And then finally, for those of you who are in the less than 5% saying to a great extent, similarly, we want to know what are your metrics for success, and we'd love to hear how the treatments that your loved ones using have helped them in their daily lives. And if you're not currently using anything, we do want you to be a part of this discussion as well. What has gone into your decision making to not currently employ any of these treatments or approaches? Your own decision making and thought process around that is actually really informative for us. So if you'd like to share your treatment experiences, we're currently focusing on the treatments that you currently have available to you, I'd encourage you to call in. That number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can call in and share your treatment experiences, your loved one's treatment experiences by calling at 1-703-844-3231. Of course, you can also write in using that comment box that is under the live stream on the webpage today. We've been getting a lot of comments today. That's great. We may not be able to read all of them, but we are capturing them and will be including them in the Voice of the Patient report, so please keep those coming. Now, to get us started on this topic of exploring experiences with current treatments, I'd like to introduce our Zoom panel, welcome them to the conversation. These are some of your peers, the parents and caregivers of those living with PMS who will be sharing some of their treatment experiences and perspectives. And, Carla, maybe we can start with you. Maybe on that first topic of, what is helping the most of all of those different treatments. Again, we're casting a wide net when we say treatment. Anything that was on any of those polling questions, maybe even something that wasn't on that. So whether it was something that's helped a lot or even a little, we'd love to hear about it.
Hey, thank you. Hi, I'm Carla Flores. I'm the mom of Fiorella and Isabella. Isabella is my PMS girl. She's 4 years old. So as you would understand, she being 4, I've tried in her shortest lifespan, I've tried everything from supplements to medicine to vitamins, herbs, anything that you can imagine. She was diagnosed when she was 2. So in 2 years, I've done a lot. But if I have to pick, what has really, really helped me, I would probably say I would be inclined to some of the supplements. Some of the supplements kind of help, and also probably after 3 months stop working and so on, but especially for sleep, right? For sleep, I've tried so many things, but obviously melatonin has been one of those ones that has helped me at least get her to sleep. I still haven't figured it out how to get her to sleep all night long, but at least she falls down to sleep for quite a while. And then one of these pieces that very surprising for me, helped me tremendously with kind of one of her autism symptoms, which is eye contact and focus, has been biotin. So I started with biotin, kind of thinking on helping her with her nail issues that she has on her feet. But then other moms mentioned that biotin had very positive impact on their kids. So to my surprise, when I tried it, actually, it was a matter of weeks when I got eye contact, focus, more awareness of environment for her, more attention to what we're saying. And it's something that I was not expecting to get, right? But I've gotten it, and this is one of the few supplements that I've been giving her for more than 3 months, and the effect haven't disappeared yet. So,
that's great. I'd love to follow up on a couple of things that you shared. First, just in terms of the biotin and the eye, you said you have eye contact and things you didn't expect. Is there a way that you first noticed that? You maybe can remember a time where maybe you were surprised, given that it wasn't expected. Could you share that?
Absolutely. So I work, right? I work at the office, so 9 to 5, 9 to 6, I'm out of home. So when I arrive home, I thankfully I have an amazing nanny that takes care of her and does all of her therapies and takes her to all of those pieces, so I can continue working. But for me, I truly noticed it because I came back home and she immediately acknowledged me, looked at me, smiled at me, like saying, "Hey, Mom." I mean, he doesn't speak, but she was like totally acknowledging me, seeing things happen around. I was like, oh, wow. What happened? How come? Right? And I'm used to, because of her symptoms, I'm used to seeing things that showed up and then disappear. Right? Because he gains his skills and loses his skills. So for me, it was like, okay, let's see when I see it again. Right? So it was like, yes, I got happy that day, but then I was like consciously happy. Right? And then after that, pretty much, I continued seeing every day that I came back from the office. Right? I can continue seeing that, like, it doesn't matter at what time I arrive. I could be there at noon, I could be there at 5, I could be there at 8. Open the door, and she was there looking at me, smiling, giving me a hug, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is a totally different girl, right? And since then, I haven't stopped giving it to her.
Oh, Well, thank you for sharing that, Carla. On the topic of some of the supplements for sleep, you mentioned that, of course, melatonin helps with falling asleep, but you said there were other supplements that you use for 3 months, they help, then it stops helping. Could you maybe share, when you say it helped, what does that even mean? I'm sure it wasn't, falling asleep and staying asleep through the night. So what, actually did you mean when you say that it helped, even if it only helped for a little bit?
Yeah, pretty much having her staying asleep throughout the night, having her being able to sleep 8 hours straight without waking up. Like for us, that's rare. Being able to have full sleep, that's absolutely rare. So being able to see her sleeping 1, 2, 3 nights continuously is like, oh, wow, what happened here, right? So these vitamins, and I tried 5-HTP, GABA, different roots, different sleep medications, you name it. I mean, just tell me the name, I'll tell you I tested.
Sure.
Body root, and pretty much at the beginning they work, and I was like, okay, maybe this is it, maybe this is the vitamin. And then after 3 days or 5 days, we're back again to that cycle of her waking up in the middle of the night, 1, 2, 3 a.m. and staying awake for other 2 hours and so on.
I see.
Haven't been able to find that magic pill yet.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you so much, Carla. Sue, would love to bring you into this conversation as well as you're thinking about, all of the tools in the toolbox, so to speak. Is there anything that stands out of maybe being the most helpful?
So Sam is a little bit different than a lot of the people because he's had a lot of surgeries.
Yes.
He had scoliosis surgery, had a 75% curve, so he has 2 rods and 30 screws in his back. He's had hip surgery. And, he was diagnosed in utero 28 years ago, so he has been around for a while.
Yeah.
I think so the surgeries, of course, help because without those, he'd be in major trouble.
Okay.
But he started at 14, and at first it was minor, but now it's intractable, and the medication revolving door is really difficult. So I would say, I don't know if we have found medication-wise things that work, but we keep trying, and then we try something else, and then we try something else. And the difficulty, not only with trying things all the time, different things, it's also getting off things. Like we were on a medication one time for a year. We tried to get off for a year on Onfi just to see if that would help him. Of course, we had to go back on it because nothing else was helping him. But so treatment-wise, we haven't found, as Carla said, the magic bullet for constipation, urinary retention, reflux. We try things again. We haven't tried for a year or 2 years. We just went to a new GI. We're going to now try lactulose. We tried that 5 years ago. So it's just revolving. So I don't think there is anything that I can pinpoint except for surgeries that help him, that he can stand and walk, that have actually helped change GI or epilepsy or the challenges that he has.
Right. I think it's an important point you raise in terms of this kind of like trial and error and cycling through things. One thing that kind of stood out is when you were talking about Onfi, you talked about coming off of it, but then needing to go back on because it was the only thing that was helping. Can you maybe kind of talk about, what that looked like? How did you notice that maybe you didn't notice that it was helping when you were originally on it, but when you withdrew it, what can you maybe help us understand that decision to go back on?
Sure. So lots of people on this panel and everywhere, Geraldine included, we all know this revolving door of medicine. And so the Onfi it sometimes counteracts with other medicines. So if you want to try Epidiolex, we're not sure you can do Onfi. Or it also makes him sleep a lot. So he's sleeping sometimes 12, 14 hours a day.
Right.
So we wanted to stop that because we wanted him to be up and doing things. So we tried to get off, but then he started to just, 911 seizures. So we went back on, and now he's on 3 meds, Onfi included, but he still sleeps a lot. But then, of course, we think that adds to constipation, and it's like it's connected, right? The seizures and the GI. So.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense, Sue. Thank you for helping me understand that. I know probably you're just speaking to the choir, to your fellow community members, but good for the rest of us to hear and understand that. Eric, would like to bring you in this as well. As you're looking at the constellation of what's available, is there anything that you find most useful?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So my name is Eric, and I'm from San Francisco. So my son Patrick, who is now just turned 27-month-old. So we're on the newly diagnosed group. So he was just diagnosed about 6 months ago at 21 months. It's been very shocking and of course devastating, as you can imagine, when we received a call back in May from our pediatrician on a diagnosis. But so far, we've, CureSHANK and also PMS Foundation with all the resources have been very helpful. So we've quickly gone on track of organizing all the therapies that we could for Patrick. So Patrick currently on speech therapy, physical therapy, occupational therapy, ABA, a group sensory therapy, feeding therapy. So pretty much everything that we could get for him, he's currently on. But so far we've seen improvements on Patrick. But it is also very hard when I was doing the polling. It's very hard to say whether it was because of the treatments or it was just the natural growth of him.
Sure.
As kids grow, it's very hard to tell, how effective these treatments actually are, without seeing any, benchmarking or comparison with other normal kids in terms of growth. So, for us, it's been, still very early stage in our discovery and seeing these effectiveness of these treatments. And so far on the oral medications, he's mostly taking just supplements, zinc, vitamin D, and also he has pretty bad allergies. So on Zyrtec, pretty much constantly pretty bad eczema. That also has been improving the last few weeks.
Okay.
But compared to other older kids, he's still very young, and we currently our biggest hope is to have any future treatments that he might be eligible for, if drug development could be accelerated, if for kids at his age group.
Right.
There is tremendous hope.
Yeah, well, Eric, I promise I'll circle back to you on some of the future treatment discussion. I do want to probe a little bit, on what you're saying in terms of some of these improvements. Not so sure if it's just development or if it's the therapies themselves, PT, OT, speech, and so on. Could you maybe just share an example or two, or some of the things that are progressing that are in a positive way in this case? Just so we have a sense of some of the things that you're seeing, him experience so far.
Yeah, I would say the biggest improvement that we saw on Patrick was, I would say, a result of a combination of occupational therapy, physical therapy, as well as behavior therapy, and especially in his gait, in walking posture, as well as just hand feet movement and coordination. Because he was always delayed at all of his major milestones growing up by 3 to 4 months. And walking upstairs and downstairs has always been a challenge for him. So for our kid, he naturally he never hold the rails when going up or down. He usually just extend the arms up, wanting to hold your hand. and we were always confused why he was doing that until he was diagnosed. And with the therapies and help, he's now able to walk upstairs, holding the rails and changing hands and changing, positions too, which has been a huge improvement. Even though walking down, we're still working on that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you so much, Eric, for sharing all of that. We do have a phone caller that we have Michael from Long Beach, California, that's calling in to share some of him and his family's treatment experiences. So I'd love to bring him into this conversation. Michael, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
So my daughter is 38 years old, but she's only been diagnosed with Phelan-McDermid for a year.
Okay.
Currently, she's receiving medication to treat behavior. She is diagnosed as being bipolar, and the medication seems to work pretty well, except when it's not. Sometimes she has difficulty sleeping, and so they will prescribe some over-the-counter medications. They've also prescribed other things to help her sleep better.
Okay.
I will say that because she's 38 years old, there's been a long arc here. So she currently does not receive any non-medical therapies, but when she was younger, she got speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and all of those helped dramatically. But then Phelan-McDermid took over and she regressed, and she lost basically all of that development. She went from being able to climb a ladder when she was unsupervised up onto the roof of our house and was walking on the roof when she was younger, to now she has difficulty walking upstairs without someone holding her hand. And the language has disappeared as well. She no longer, we're not even sure if she understands. She has no expressive language, and we're not even sure if she has any receptive language.
Sure. So you mentioned with treatment for the diagnosis of bipolar that that there's been some improvement there. Can you maybe just give us some idea of what she was living through and kind of dealing with prior to treatment? What is kind of that treatment success, even if not complete, look like?
Right. She was manic at times. To where she would be chattering, and she would seem anxious. She couldn't sit still. She was constantly moving around. So the medication helped with that, to where she seemed calmer, able to focus on what was going on. But currently, she is extremely manic, and she does not live with us, and so there's all this. It's not clear exactly what's happening because she has 24-hour one-on-one care, but multiple people, and the way they assess what's going on with her can be slightly different. They're having a hard time managing it. We're getting information secondhand. Her psychiatrist is getting information thirdhand. So it's very difficult to see what's going on and understanding if the medication, it appears to be having an effect in general, but sometimes the manic phase completely overwhelms any medication benefits.
Sure. Could you share, if you've thought about this, what would go into your decision to consider, changing, medications, or, even if you were thinking about maybe a medication that doesn't even exist yet today, what would be important to you in kind of deciding whether or not to try something that's new related to these issues?
I think we would be open to anything. One of our concerns is, my wife is writing some things down here. We think that the lack of sleep contributes to the manic behavior. She doesn't sleep well. That could be the manic, the bipolar. It could be something else that's going on, so that sleeplessness contributes to it. We'd like any medication that could make her calmer would be helpful. I guess we're pretty much open. I don't think we're that averse to trying any kind of medication. We have not had bad experiences of side effects from medication.
Okay.
It's just that some medications just haven't worked.
Right, right.
One of the other things was, and this she was on a particular medication, which was working really well. The manufacturers of those medications came out with second generation. They moved her onto that. It didn't work.
Oh,
we had
wow.
great difficulty going back to the older medication because they weren't making it anymore, because there wasn't the profit there.
I see.
They wanted to move on to new, better, more improved. Well, new, better, and more improved can be on an individual basis. And for our daughter, they weren't working.
Sure.
So she went for a couple months without having the medication that was beneficial.
Wow. Well, Michael, thank you so much for calling in and sharing, multiple of these different treatment experiences and being willing to talk with me a little bit about, what would go into making future treatment decisions. Really appreciate it. I want to circle back to Jenny on our Zoom panel here. I think there's a treatment approach we haven't heard about yet that you wanted to speak to.
Yeah, thanks for having me on here. I'm Jenny. I'm mom to Avery. She's 16 and has Phelan-McDermid syndrome. So much of what everybody's saying I can relate to. But with regards to the revolving door of seizure medications, we've been through the gamut. And this last year, we've just had such a spike and such a difficult time trying to manage her epilepsy that after lots of different, reaching the height of all the different medications and a few she couldn't tolerate, she's still on 3, but we did opt with her team to do a vagus nerve stimulator, which is a surgical option for her epilepsy. And so she just had this surgery a couple weeks ago. And so she has the stimulator here, and then it connects to the vagus nerve, and it stimulates 30 seconds every 5 minutes. That can be programmed different for different kids, and the programming can take up to 18 months to get correct. So I'm really hopeful, because some of the side effects of even the rescue meds will knock out their respiratory, so then they're not breathing, and then they're having to be bagged, and so it's we've had a lot of different experiences with different medications, both for for sleep, for constipation, for epilepsy. But the vagus nerve stimulator, we're really hopeful. We're cautiously optimistic. Another option that her neurosurgeon has suggested would be really beneficial for her would be a RNS. And so that's something we're considering, but that's a much more invasive surgery.
Sure. So with the VNS, is that something that, so it sounds like you're kind of still in this onboarding phase with it, getting it calibrated. Has there been a tapering of existing epilepsy drugs yet?
No, and they actually told us that not to expect to taper off her medications, that this was kind of a palliative care option. But we've had at least one 911 call a month and lots of that. So we'll kind of try anything at this point.
Sure. Just to even help understand that a little bit more. So knowing that, she's not coming off of the anti-epileptics, then you all have accepted and are okay with some of those side effects and trade-offs that you mentioned related to that. I mean, maybe that you feel like you have no choice in the matter. But yeah, if you can just speak to the decision making around that, because this is kind of additive in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, for us, it was the side effects are atrocious of the daily meds, but the rescue med side effects, which was stopping her from breathing, which watching your child be resuscitated is something I don't want anybody else to experience. So that was really the call for us. If this could help us lessen the use of rescue meds, then that's why we opted for this.
Sure. Well, thank you, Jenny, for sharing that. I see we've got written comments that are coming in as well. Geraldine, what are we seeing?
We have some written comments, we do. We have some families that have tried medication with some success for various aspects of Phelan-McDermid syndrome. Francis from Michigan writes, we have been able to improve sleeping disturbances, being awake all hours of the night, with clonidine and melatonin. We have been able to keep his seizures under control with Keppra. He has cyclical vomiting, and we are currently unsure of the cause. It is stopped after the onset with medication. Norma from Spain writes, my daughter Lorena was medicated with IGF-1 Increlex during 9 months, and she had very good results. She improved in physical and mental skills. We stopped to make sure the improvements were because of IGF-1 treatment, and we saw how many things went back, and 2 years later, we had it again for more than a year, and we again had good results. We went off because of COVID and Lorena's age. She was 16 and she stopped her growth. Susan from New York says her daughter, who has had some struggles with mania, she's currently on multiple psychotropic drugs. She is doing well, but we live in fear that her life will fall apart again. A couple other medications that families have talked about. Larissa from Lakewood, Washington, noted that her daughter had trouble with incontinence. Once on the Adderall, her accidents lessened. Emily has been on 10 milligrams from the age of 10 to 20 years of age. Our pediatrician wanted to take her off of the Adderall. Emily had been doing not well, really knowing if the Adderall was effective. After stopping the Adderall, Emily began having accidents. We're also hearing from families that have reported some of the therapies that are effective. One family talked about applied behavior analysis. Laura from Denville. The treatment that has helped the most is ABA, both from help with behaviors, but more in the breaking down of learning activities, ADLs and others, into small pieces to help my son learn from them. ABA has been amazing at teaching my son to tolerate the dentist working in his mouth and not eloping in public. He was taught to either hold an adult hand or hold the cart in a store to avoid wandering off. So that's an example of a behavioral intervention that's helped with safety and overall quality of life. Many other families are reporting various kinds of physical and occupational therapies. One family, Albert from Farallon, reports his son is nonverbal, but he uses a device called a touch chat app, or an app on the device, and that is working for him. Sabine from Germany reports they're using physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, osteopathy, and riding therapy. Juan from Spain also reports they have been doing aquatic therapy and therapy with horses. So that's just a little sampling. We've had many other families report in some of the various kinds of therapies along the lines of speech, occupational therapy, and physical therapy.
Sure. And we saw across this polling question so many different strategies being employed. So great to hear that a number of them are having some benefits for this community. So I'd now like to broaden the discussion a bit. We focused on those things that are helping the most. Of course, we're very interested in continuing to hear about that, but we also have started to hear about some of the things that we're not sure if they're working. Maybe we are sure that they're not working, but also for some of these things, whether or not they're working, we're hearing that they're coming with some trade-off or downside. So we'd like to expand our conversation to include some of those treatment experiences that maybe haven't been so successful or have some of those drawbacks. And we're going to kick that off with a polling question. So if you can go back, pull your phone back out, go to that browser, open that tab on your computer browser, go to pollev.com/PMS PFDD. We have a question for you on this topic, which is, what are the biggest drawbacks of your loved one's current treatment approaches? And you can select up to the top 3 here. So the options are A, not very effective at treating the target symptom, B, that it only treats some but not all of the symptoms, C, the high cost or copay or it's not covered by insurance, D, limited availability or accessibility, E, the side effects, F, the number of pills or medications that are required, G, that the treatment regimen requires too much effort or time commitment, H, some other biggest drawback that's not listed on this, or I, that this is not applicable because you're not using any treatments. So if you can think about this, again, I know it's tough when we ask you to pick just the top 3 of these, but to think about what are some of those biggest drawbacks of those treatments that you've already started to tell us about. All right. Well, as final results are starting to trickle in here, We're seeing, again, this is kind of a relative ranking of these different bars, that the number one top biggest drawback is that the treatments are just not very effective at treating the target symptom, or they are only treating some but not all of the symptoms. We see close behind that, still maybe in this first tier, is that the side effects of existing treatments are a top biggest drawback. We're seeing below that most of the other drawbacks that we have listed are kind of clustered together. So we're kind of seeing really two tiers, but still a lot of experience with each of these being a top drawback for many in this community. And even some other things that weren't listed being a top drawback. So we'd like to hear from you and have you join the conversation. You can call in, write in. But to help us think about this a little bit, I'd like to first check with Cynthia on our Zoom panel. As you were thinking about all the different treatment approaches, is there anything you'd like to share in terms of something that either has not helped so much, or even if it has helped or not, some important drawback that's been experienced?
Hi, my name is Cynthia, and I appreciate the opportunity to share stories with you today. My daughter, Ashlyn, is my PMS child, and she's 19. She is probably more like an 8 to 9 year old. She has really good language. And kind of my thoughts when I first saw this was what doesn't work for us, or I should say what's not good for us maybe. But to kind of go back a little bit, in 2020, we had a lot of life events happening. We had COVID, a grandfather passed away. My daughter had this looming graduation, a dog passed away. And it led to this like slope of kind of mental imbalance. It started out with like anxiety, depression, sadness, agitation, pacing. So during this time, we didn't know what was happening, right? We worked with a therapist, we tried some medications, and each time we tried a med, something would happen. And it would be like, if there were a 5% chance of something happening, it would happen with us, which led to like some mania and obsessive behaviors like emptying drawers and closets. One time we found our daughter in the middle of the night tearing up necklaces and her hands were all bloody.
So you're saying like for the 5%, like if there's some side effect that had a low chance of happening, it happened, is what you're saying.
It happened, and it led to some pretty bad things, right? And so we tried to deal with those each one-on-one. We'd start a med, and then a few days later, we'd be off of a med. And during this time, my daughter found out she needed to have wisdom tooth removal. And so a doctor gave us an antibiotic at that time to treat the swollen wisdom teeth. It ended up regressing some of the mental issues that we were seeing, which was weird. We were like, okay, how'd that happen? So we thought things were better. And then a few days later, or weeks later, we started seeing some of the agitation, aggression, anxiety come back. And it just kept getting worse and worse and worse, and eventually led to a point where I'd walk in my daughter's room and I would see her singing, and then she would immediately start crying. So we couldn't quite figure out what that was, and then it led to mumbling and just flat out loss of speech. So, we ended up in the hospital because she couldn't eat, she couldn't speak, she wasn't sleeping. I think we'd been on 3 or 4 days of not sleeping.
And she had never been like this before. This is like kind of a new...
This was, yeah, we had seen like mild anxiety probably before this. But so led us to the hospital, and then we had to, a lot of tests, and we ended up on lorazepam or Ativan. And it was really tough, right? Because that's not a medicine that you want to be on. And when she went on the Ativan in the hospital, right away it got better. Within 24 hours, she was back to herself, speaking, eating. But then we came home on a pill of lorazepam instead of IV Ativan. And it was a cycle, right? Because you'd see depression creep back in, and then you'd have to increase the lorazepam, and then you didn't know how high you'd have to increase it, or how you can't do it fast. You know, you have to like go really, really slow. Well, we get to a point where she was better, or we would think she was better, but then we'd see, you know, signs of depression or anxiety come back in again. And so now we're 2 years, in December will be 2 years that we've been on lorazepam, and I'm scared for her future. It can't be good. And there's no doctor that you talk to wants to keep your child on that med for that long.
Right.
But yet here we are.
And those cycles you were talking about, you know, what kind of period of time are we talking about, and what, you know, what would you as, you know, or mother, you know, notice as, you know, those signs or symptoms of depression creeping back in?
For us, mostly it was anxiety and depression. Like, she would just cry at nothing, and or she wouldn't be able to understand what you were talking about. Confusion would set in, and then that would lead to anxiety with her. Like, one of the things we did figure out through all this is, somebody else mentioned this earlier, is that sleep is like life, right? And we had to put a video camera on her at night to figure out like what really is causing the problem during the day. Like, you know, and during this, we realized she was tossing and turning 70 to 100 times at night. So literally she wasn't sleeping. And then, you know, putting her on a small dose of trazodone helped enough to get her to sleep at night. And then once we started to get her to sleep at night, we did see the lorazepam working a lot better.
Oh, wow.
But we have still tried to get her to come off of the lorazepam by just doing small, like quarter of a pill dose decreases. And each time we do, we see that sadness kind of creep back in.
Wow.
And so we're just really leery about, you know, what that future holds with that med.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Cynthia, for sharing all of that. We have a phone caller I'd like to bring into the discussion, Megan from Canton, Michigan, that wants to share some of her son's treatment experiences. Megan, would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. So my son Gus is a year and a half, and he was diagnosed when he was 4 weeks old.
Okay.
So we're still like pretty young, and new to all of this. We haven't really found much. I mean, things have been helpful, but it's just, it takes so much time is our main thing, that he's got PT, OT, and speech, and aquatic therapy, and then he's got medical issues with his PMS, and there's just not enough time to keep up with what he needs to do. And then it's like he'll learn one skill, like he started signing all done, but then he lost the ability to sign more. So it always feels like it's one step forward and two steps back.
Yeah.
And then just like reflux is one of his main issues, and we haven't found a med that controls that. So he just walks around smelling like puke all the time. Well, he doesn't walk, but he just kind of smells like vomit all the time. And so we've kind of really been struggling with helping him get where we think he needs to be, or where he could be.
Yeah. Well, I think it's really important that you talk about this kind of, you know, the amount of time and energy it takes to try to keep up with all of these different kind of approaches to therapy. You know, can you maybe put that in context for us a little bit? I mean, how often are these appointments? How much time, you know, is it taking to try to, you know, do these things that, as you described it, you know, may help put one step forward, but, you know, oftentimes just due to the condition, it's followed by 2 steps backwards.
We have on average anywhere from 2 to 4 appointments a week. I'm off in the summer because I work at a school, so we have like PT 2 times a week and speech. He gets early on intervention, and then we have doctor's appointments, you know, follow-ups. He had a cleft lip and palate, so we had like ENT appointments and audiology appointments, and it's really hard for myself and, you know, my husband to work full-time and balance these appointments, and then also balance time with our other daughter, right? We work full-time, and then we're supposed to go home and do PT, speech, an OT with him at home, but we also have, another daughter that also deserves our time and attention.
Yes.
And so it's just really difficult to balance our family time and all of the appointments and everything that he needs.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Megan, so much for calling in and sharing that. I think it is important to talk about, and obviously we've heard a lot about some of the other downsides, things like side effects, but I think we really do need to recognize the burden on these patients having to go to so many appointments. We heard this morning about how hard it is sometimes to do things outside of the house, but also on the family and balanced against school and work and everything else. So thank you so much. I see we have another phone caller. We have Laura from Denville, New Jersey, who would like to share some of the treatment experiences her adult son with PMS has tried. So would like to welcome Laura to the program. Are you with us, Laura?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My son is Sam. He's 22 and has, we've gone through many of the therapies and many of the health problems mentioned today, but I wanted to focus on one particular one. Sam started having some behavioral difficulties a little bit at 14. They sort of escalated closer to 18, where he would go into really full-blown mania, where he was pacing. This is a kid who was never aggressive. I mean, he didn't ever hurt anybody. He was just really very gentle. And we suddenly had this huge flip in his personality where he was destructive, just grabbing people, pulling hair. I mean, he doesn't really understand that he's hurting people, so it's not so intentional. But, he would, if he's sitting behind you in the car, he'd wrap his arm around your throat when you were driving, and now all of a sudden you're on the highway. It was incredibly dangerous for everyone in the family and him. He would just start throwing, furniture at people. I can't imagine. We went through 5 computers, iPads galore in a 2-year period where they're just massive destruction. We saw a psychiatrist. We tried various forms of antipsychotics. They all had really serious side effects, and many of them escalated this behavior and made the aggression worse. Until finally there was no option but to have him hospitalized. The first hospitalization, they actually just took all the antipsychotics away, and he calmed down and got better, and that lasted for a good couple of years. And then during COVID, when he was about 20 or 21, it came back. Again, not sleeping, really manic, just pacing. He's a kid who mostly likes his computer time and his TV time, and he couldn't even sit to use his iPad. He couldn't stop moving long enough to push a screen. It's just so not like him. This time he was hospitalized again, and they were trying various antipsychotics, and he was hospitalized in a specialized hospital, and we had been working with some of the Phelan-McDermid doctors around the country to help, provide some background to the psychiatrist to say what kind of medications, were maybe contraindicated given his PMS diagnosis. But we really found a hard time with them wanting to take that advice. And so they gave him very strong antipsychotics, which flipped him into very severe catatonia. He was literally, within a few days, unable to move, unable to get out of bed. Literally the only thing he could move was his eyes. He couldn't move his hands. He couldn't swallow. He dehydrated and stopped eating because he couldn't chew or swallow. It became life-threateningly dangerous, and we had to have him evacuated to another hospital that would treat the medical side. It took 11 days of IV Ativan to actually get him out of the catatonic state and to get him back to walking and moving again. At that point, he came home, but he was on no medications, and we were still manic again. It didn't really cure anything.
Right.
And then we decided to continue on with the Ativan at a lower dose. And a few months into treatment at home, we started with a very low dose of lithium. He had tried lithium as one of the medications in a hospital at sort of standard higher dosages that are commonly prescribed, and it caused a lot of side effects for him. So this very low dose basically almost doesn't show up in his bloodstream. And yet, within a month or two, the mania subsided. We have occasional bad days where he's a little manic, but they're redirectable and he's able to function, go to school again. He'd actually been kicked out of a school because his behavior was so bad they couldn't take him.
Wow.
So he's able to start a new program and is doing really well. And it's been almost a year in December when he will have been on this low-dose lithium, and thankfully we're at a very good space, and we have, our normal, sweet, loving kid back, which is honestly amazing. And if you'd asked me 4 years ago if I thought we'd get back here, I wouldn't have believed you. The worry still is that I don't know if this will last. I don't feel like it's a cure, because I think we're just finding a way to hold him steady, and he's in a good spot. But it's incredibly scary to just not know. And our kids are nonverbal. Regular hospitals, regular emergency rooms, they're just so ill-equipped to treat them. We've had many hospitals take away his iPad because they don't allow them in psychiatric programs, like phones and things. But he has no other way to speak but through his iPad. And they're just not safe environments for our kids, and that makes it really difficult.
Yeah. Well, Laura, I really appreciate you sharing all of this. Really, I don't think maybe even saga is an understatement for what you just described. But I'm glad to hear that the dose of Ativan and lithium that he is on is helping currently, and appreciate you also sharing your worries and concerns for the future. So really appreciate that. I do want to check in with our Zoom panel. We've covered a lot of different treatment approaches, things that have helped, things that maybe haven't, or come with some downsides. Is there anything that we haven't talked about yet, that whether it's a different experience that you've had with a treatment we have covered, or maybe a treatment approach that hasn't come up? If I could just see a little wave of hands. All right, Sue, I'd love to hear from you.
This isn't really a treatment, but and maybe you'll get to this, but we were in a clinical trial for a rescue med for a nasal spray instead of doing rescue med rectally, and that changed our lives. Just using a nasal spray for a rescue med. So it's just sometimes those little things, so you can go outside and be on a bike and not worry that you have to, throw them on the ground and.
Yeah, so just to help me understand, you're saying that having this route of administration where you can actually give it through nasally meant that you can go out, do things where otherwise you wouldn't want to be put in that situation where you'd have to administer it rectally. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that's really important to hear. Cynthia, I think I saw you raise your hand as well. Something else to share in terms of a different treatment experience.
Yeah, so one of the other areas where we struggle is with GI dysfunction, and I haven't really heard a lot of people talk about this today, but to us it's been huge. We didn't realize that our daughter had a problem until we went to see a urologist for urinary purposes, and they did a scan of the rectum at the time. And her rectum was 4 times larger than a normal rectum should be. At that point in time, we didn't even know that she had a problem with GI, right?
Wow.
So she was like, we're not going to see you until you go see a GI specialist. We had been there. It didn't work anytime we did it, right? So we finally worked with someone through the foundation. Everybody knows Billy, I'm sure. And found a new doctor. And we did find a regimen that worked, but you wouldn't believe what it took. So we put her on a FODMAP diet, which is basically gluten-free, dairy-free for her, and a lot of fruit. She has fruit with every meal. She has prunes every day, drinks prune juice every day, and then takes a mix of Miralax and Citrasil, both. She can't do full Miralax because it makes her too gassy. So we just do a little tiny bit of Miralax, 5 Senecot tablets, 2 stool softeners, and a fiber supplement, and all that, and we can finally poop every day.
Wow.
So success.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. I recognize we've also been getting a lot of written comments. Geraldine, what are we hearing on the treatment downside side of things?
Yeah, Mary from Crescent City writes, I guess her daughter must have trouble sleeping. They give their daughter CBDs, Xanax, a weighted blanket, pot brownies for sleep. My husband and I take turns at night getting up with her. Maybe 25% helpful. Sleep deprivation sucks. I think we would all agree with Mary about that. Brad from Texas writes, my 24-year-old son has on average 10 or more seizures per day. That is despite the fact that he currently takes a cocktail of 5 different anti-seizure medications, has a VNS device, has undergone a corpus callosotomy, and has tried the low glycemic and ketogenic diets for epilepsy. Unfortunately, treatment failures have greatly outnumbered successes. And Shelby, her daughter has some severe mental health issues. She has reacted adversely to every antipsychotic except Seroquel, and it did not treat the symptoms for which it was given. SSRIs caused mania, anticonvulsants did nothing. Ativan and then Klonopin have helped the most with anxiety, seizures, and catatonia. In terms of therapies, we've had a few people writing in about therapies. Greg from North Carolina says they've been using ABA for a few years. We are uncertain of how effective it is. Our biggest concern is that most of the programs are aggressive about getting our daughter in as many hours as possible each week, more hours than we feel is beneficial to her. And this kind of references the comment that we earlier about the number of hours that's required for families to get their children to their therapies, and to follow through on the homework assignments that are always given by the therapist. Shauna in Canada writes that one challenge of attending therapies is that my daughter can be uncooperative or experience discomfort due to constipation during the session, rendering it ineffective. Speech therapy has been the most difficult to engage my daughter. So I hear families have these kind of pre-existing conditions that just make it difficult to get the full benefit from any of the therapies.
Sure, yeah, a really complex interaction between the condition itself and trying to do some of these things to help with it. So now at this point, we have talked a lot about existing treatments. I want to make sure that we spend some time this afternoon hearing from all of you about what you would be looking for in future treatments. We certainly appreciate that the goal is a cure for everyone living with Phelan-McDermid syndrome, but thinking about what might come before that cure. We want to hear what would represent an ideal future treatment for you all. Or maybe you think about it a little differently. If something were to become available, what would be the key factors that would inform whether or not you would want your loved one to try that medication? So if you're interested in sharing your thoughts on what would be important to you in a future treatment, I'd encourage you to call in on that topic. You can call in at 1-703-844-3231. I know this might be perhaps the hardest question of the day to try to distill down what it is that you would prioritize, but it's so important for us to hear from you on this important topic of future treatment. So again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. I'm also going to ask that this time we go to our final polling question, which will also help us think about this topic. So one last time for the day, pull your phones out, go to that browser, open that tab on your web browser on your computer, go to pollev.com/PMS-PFDD, and we're going to ask you here, short of a complete cure, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for PMS? And you can select up to the top 3 choices. The options are A, slowing or stopping the disease progression, B, improved communication, C, improved mobility and coordination, D, improved ability to swallow, E, improved GI function, F, improved behavioral and improved psychiatric symptoms, G, improved cognitive functioning, H, improved sleep, I, decreased seizures, J, improved independence, or K, something else that represents a specific thing you would look for in an ideal future treatment for PMS that's short of that complete cure that you would rate as a top 3 thing that you're looking for your loved one? I promised at the very beginning of the day that these polling questions would get harder as the day went on, and I think that is true here with this question. But again, as with these other questions, think about why it is you're picking these as your top treatment goals for your loved one, and think about calling in and writing in to share why it is you've selected what you're selecting on this polling question. As it stands, what we're seeing is that improved cognitive functioning appears to be the top of these treatment goals from our audience of what they'd like to see in an ideal future treatment. After that, it looks like we're seeing improved communication, slowing or stopping the disease progression, and improved behavioral and psychiatric symptoms, somewhat together as a second tier. Followed behind that is improved independence and improved GI function. And really, almost every single one of these things being in somebody's top 3, specific things that they're looking for in an ideal future treatment. Again, just I think reiterating a trend we've seen across the entire day, which is just how many different aspects of this condition are really impacting people's lives. So with that, let's talk about this. Let's hear what you chose, why you chose it. Again, you can call in at 1703-844-3231. But let's start here with our Zoom panel. So Eric, maybe we can start with you on this one. As you're thinking about what an ideal future treatment might look like for your child, what would be your top preferences?
Yeah, thank you. I think my top preferences for the future treatments is what I picked was communication, mobility, coordination, and cognitive functioning. I think for the PMS, other PMS kids and my kid, not being able to communicate effectively or even have more meaningfully is what I see as the biggest challenge with caregivers like myself. If they could communicate better, I know what they're thinking, or if they're painful, if there's any pain, they could tell me where it is. Because right now, even sometimes because they have high tolerance for pain, I don't even know if he's painful, right, or where, or if he's thirsty, if he's hungry, right. So if they can communicate even just in a few words, I think so we could have a conversation, and I can understand what he wants. And I think for mobility and coordination, it follows is to for my kid, that he could live more independently, that he could move freely as he wish. I think that's also very important. And the third thing is cognitive functioning. I think as for any parents and myself, if our kids could function and be a contributing member of the society and be a part of the society and interact with others, is one of the top priorities, right, of us having kids, and I think for my kid and for his generation, and there's still a lot of hope, and I asked the FDA to accelerate in the approval and also for any new drug development for PMS.
Yeah, no, Eric, I really appreciate your insights on this, and I want to follow up on one thing just to better understand it on kind of cognition and being able to interact, with friends and family and society. Is there, something specific you have in mind? What would be, kind of like similar when you were talking about speech, you had some specific ideas of what that might look like. Is there something that would represent, success on that side of things?
Yeah, I think on the cognitive side, for him to be able to express some of his feelings and what he's thinking, right, on top of just descriptive languages on, hey, I'm in pain, here's where the pain is. On top of that, just some of expressive thoughts that he may have, because clearly, at least from my kid, and even though he's only 27 months old, his eyes is talking. His eyes are talking. Then, and I understand every time I look at him or he's looking at something, even though he doesn't point, I understand what he wants. Right. So for a lot of these kids, even pointing is hard. Their eyes can speak. But if if I hope that the future treatment could help them express that through talking, then it would be a lot more helpful.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Eric. Sue, want to get your thoughts on this question as well. I know it's difficult to narrow it down, but what would you say would represent a top treatment goal for you all?
First, I want to say to Eric that absolutely they speak through their eyes. There is no doubt about that. So I chose 3 things that I think are connected.
Okay.
The seizures and the GI function. I mean, I think if you do something with one, you'll do something with the other. Okay. And then I think that applies to cognitive functioning. If they weren't as stressed and didn't have as many GI issues and seizures, I think the cognitive functioning would be better. So it's just my non-medical opinion.
Well, now that you are truly the experts in PMS, and so it's really important to hear your perspectives on this. And as you're thinking about these 3 interrelated things, is there something in the short term on any one or in combination of those that if you could even just have something in the near term that would help a certain amount, it would make a big difference. Something you could say about that?
Well, the main thing is we want them to live.
Yeah.
And so SUDEP is real in our community, and that would be the number one thing, that we don't have to watch 24/7 video cameras and sleeping with them and making sure that one seizure doesn't happen. Right. So that's, for me, that's the main thing.
Thank you so much, Sue. Jenny, want to get your thoughts? Again, this topic of, treatment goals, treatment priorities.
Our immediate goal is very similar to Sue. We just want to keep our daughter with us. She's delightful. We have 4 kids, and in so many ways she's the easiest because she can come with us anywhere, and she's delightful to be around. But obviously she needs 24/7 observation care. There's always someone sleeping with her. I think for us I would love for her to have some more body awareness, just awareness of where her body is in space. Okay. She trips over things, she runs into things. She doesn't seem aware enough, so she has to kind of move. If I'm trying to put her clothes on, she's constantly kind of stepping around in circles and doesn't have enough body awareness to stay still. So that's something. And swallowing is difficult. GI issues are very similar to what Cynthia described. We have a very similar regimen, plus almost daily or every other day enemas. So there's it's all interconnected, but body awareness, I think, would be at the top for me.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jenny. Cynthia, how about you?
I actually kind of had a very similar thought process as Sue, except I wanted to improve the behavioral, the psychiatric symptoms, and then the GI. I feel like those 2 alone would help lead to better cognitive function. And that would be most important to me, is better cognitive function too, because I feel like that might also help improve some of the mental health issues.
Yeah,
if they were cognitively just a little bit there. I actually wrote down before this exactly what Sue said. I don't want to lose her.
Yeah.
That was first thing on my mind. I want her to be happy. I don't want her to be anxious and worried. I don't want her to be on lorazepam for the rest of her life.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Cynthia. And Carla, we'll give you the last word here on our Zoom panel of preferences for future treatments.
I would like to stop her disease progression. She's 4.5, and when she was 2, she had way tons more skills than she has today. She used to speak, she used to feed herself, she used to walk, she used to follow instructions. She used to do so many things that she cannot do today, almost 3 years later. Right, so for me, that would be amazing. Just that stop so she can continue gaining skills and not lose them.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, it's really important. And I just want to thank all of you. You've been such incredible contributors to this discussion, and really appreciate it as I have some phone callers I want to get to, but before I do that, I just wanted to let you all know that it's been so valuable to hear your thoughts and perspectives. So we do have a phone caller. I think it's kind of builds on the discussion we were just having. Is Elizabeth from Scottsdale, Arizona, who wants to speak to some of her thoughts about future treatments for her daughter. So Elizabeth would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I believe so. Am I?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I'm still trying to figure out this technology. So my daughter, one thing that I noticed hasn't been covered is my daughter has chronic kidney disease. She has hydronephrosis. We've gone through 2 sets of tapering with it, just to find out afterwards, even though I asked, that she had neurogenic bladder, so it was blowing out the sutures. We've had, even after trying to treat that and cathing, we ended up with 2 vesicostomies. First one closed, and the second one she has had for almost 13 years now. She is 24. And while I agree the surgeries, the sleep problems, the regression, and the epilepsy all contribute,
yes.
One of the things I'd like to see in future treatments is that the providers take the whole issue of Phelan-McDermid together. We have had so many issues of being on, like we have heard, too high a strength of drugs, and the side effects are wrong. And now we are on very low because her metabolism is so low, it doesn't metabolize the drugs as well, so they build up in her system. And I'd like to see them, I'd like to see the providers and the pharmaceuticals companies, when they're looking at these medications, look at how the side effects in that would take into account running through that kind of metabolism, or how it would affect the GI tract, or, because my daughter now has very scarred kidneys, 60% function on one side, 40 on the other. We have to be very careful about the type of drug that's coming in, and is it clearing through the liver or the kidney?
Sure.
And then we have to monitor her liver so that her liver doesn't get overwhelmed.
Right.
So those are the kind of issues I think, they impact all her cognitive and her ability to. She gets so tired just fighting all this.
Right.
During the day.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is just fighting all these symptoms.
Right. Yeah, I think, what you say is really important. We've heard, time and time again today how, the side effects and other aspects of keeping up with these treatment regimens are often, exacerbating or complicating the direct symptoms of the condition, maybe even different symptoms than, that particular product or therapy is intended to help with. So, you're hearing, about your daughter, and some of her, GI and neurology issues, but the interplay with, trying to get treatments for that while also navigating, the kidney and nephrology issues is really important. So thank you so much, Elizabeth, for sharing that. We have another caller, Ellie, who's from Carmel, Indiana, that would like to share some of her treatment goals. So would like to welcome Ellie into this conversation. Are you with us?
I am. Thanks for having me.
Oh, welcome.
I think, I guess our goals for our daughter are kind of twofold. We have a daughter who was diagnosed at 13 months, and she's almost 7 years old.
Okay.
And I guess twofold. One, she kind of falls in that category of she has kind of abnormal brain spikes in her frontal temporal lobe, none lasting long enough to be considered a seizure. So no neurologist really wants to treat that until seizures actually begin. But our daughter, in our case, she just recently had a seizure that they're calling a provoked seizure, not necessarily a febrile seizure, although she did have a fever with it.
Right.
So, she's kind of in that range of, kind of what do we do for treatment. So I guess, our future treatment goals would be hopefully focused on something that hits that population of PMS kiddos that have some sort of abnormality neurologically, but don't quite fit that criteria for seizure treatment. And I guess the second major one for us is she just has not slept in 3 years, and that makes it impossible with 3 other kids to focus on really any other treatment, or everybody has spoken about finding the time to do all of the therapies that could better the quality of life of our kiddos.
Right.
So, we've been through the gamut of all sleep medication. I think we've tried 6 different ones.
Right.
And none of them have fully helped. There have been a couple that have helped, lessen the wake-ups to 3 instead of 5 or 6.
Right.
But nothing that gives her or our household a solid 8 hours of sleep. So it kind of makes treating anything else seem impossible when you're functioning on no sleep. It doesn't quite affect her like it does us, but like others have commented, about the future, we have to be, able and ready for what, our bodies have to be able and ready for them. So it kind of makes, the whole thing seem impossible. So those would be our 2 kind of treatment goals.
Oh, wow. Well, Ellie, you've done such a great job of describing those, and I really appreciate you chiming in. I know it's hard to sometimes, it's a little bit abstract of a question to think about, but I think you really, helped us understand that. I do know that we've gotten written comments as well, so maybe we'll give the final word to all of you that have been writing in on this important question of your future treatment preferences. So, Geraldine?
There have been so many great insights from parents who have been writing in with comments, and unfortunately we're running out of time, but I do want to end with one that I think really speaks to the heart of what we're all feeling. It's from Maureen in Michigan, and she writes, I know future drug therapies may not change this. Phelan-McDermid syndrome is a complex syndrome, and the symptoms and the severity of those symptoms vary from person to person. I don't know if there can ever be a cure-all. While I want a miracle, right now I'm surviving on hope. Hope that one day I'll hear my daughter's voice. I know it will be beautiful. And Maureen, that's a sentiment that I feel, and I think every other parent that's expressed their comments here today has felt as well. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you to everybody. This whole day has been incredible. This community, your community, has showed up in a way, I think, more than we could have ever anticipated. as your moderator, I have to, want to personally thank, each and every one of you that, participated, and particularly all of you that called in and wrote in or showed up on Zoom, because we've just nonstop been getting flooded with experiences of what it is to live with PMS, in ways that, we never could have learned unless you all were so brave to do this. I honestly believe we've pulled back the curtain on Phelan-McDermid syndrome today, and it's because each and every one of you, were willing to share the things that, are scary and worry you every single day. I know it's not easy. And then in the afternoon, of course, building on that and really, being frank with us about what's helping, what's not, and what you need. We all needed to collectively hear that, and that's the only way we can drive forward to get therapies that will help your loved ones, and as some of you put it, the next generation as well. So again, as your meeting moderator, just thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been a truly incredible day. Now we're going to move to close the meeting. The first thing we want to do is share with you some summary remarks. It's my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, Larry Bauer, who has been a member of the team helping plan this meeting. He's also going to be giving some summary remarks. It's a truly impossible job to really, summarize everything that we've heard over the last several hours. But he's the perfect person to do that for us. Larry spent 17 years at the NIH, where he was doing clinical research, including in rare diseases. He left NIH, went to the Food and Drug Administration, where he co-founded the Rare Diseases program there and worked as a regulatory scientist for 10 years. And since retiring from FDA, has been a real champion for patient-focused drug development. So without further ado, Larry, take it away.
Thank you so much, James and Geraldine. It's been an incredible day. As James said, I will try to give a very high-level summary. I apologize in advance for all of the fine points that I will miss in this summary, but please know that all of those details will be included in the write-up of this meeting, which will be in the Voice of the Patient report, which will follow in the next couple of months. So to start our day today, the meeting was opened by Geraldine Bliss, who's the founder and president of CureSHANK, as well as mom to Charles, who is living with PMS. It was followed with a presentation from Dr. Bryan, who's the director of the FDA's Office of Tissues and Advanced Therapies in Seaver. Dr. Bryan shared with us that PFDD meetings provide insight for the FDA to learn from the experts, the caregivers of people living with PMS, and that these insights will help facilitate treatment development, design clinical trials, and review new drugs for PMS. He also discussed how this meeting will help the FDA analyze the benefits and risks of new drugs that are being proposed for PMS. This was followed by a clinical overview presented by Dr. Alex Kolevzon, who is the clinical director at the Seaver Autism Center at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. He shared with us that PMS is a SHANK protein deficiency-induced synaptic disease with several variants. The symptoms are heterogeneous and include a wide variety of features, including but not limited to autism, developmental delay, impaired communication, hypotonia, GI dysfunction, gait disturbance, epilepsy, renal and cardiac effects, disrupted sleep, regression, anxiety, and other mental illness. He said that PMS is among the most common causes of autism, with about 3,100 cases that have been identified in the world. And there are several clinical trials in progress testing things like insulin-like growth factor 1, recombinant human growth hormone, lithium, gene therapy, and several experimental compounds. He said there's a great unmet medical need with no FDA-approved treatments for PMS, that quality of life is greatly impacted by the symptoms of PMS, and that we need biomarkers and refined clinical outcome assessments for clinical trials. Then in the morning, we heard from a panel of caregivers. First, we heard from Amanda, who's the mom of Hudson, who has a class 1 deletion and was first diagnosed with global developmental delay. She has feeding difficulties, hypotonia, ADHD, processing delays, and autism. She's had and needed the Heimlich maneuver performed numerous times due to feeding issues, and they've had to call 911 for her. Arturo then is the dad of 7-year-old Asa, who has a SHANK 3 variant. Sleep issues have been challenging with waking during the night. He lost all speech eventually, and he has no receptive language skills, which is such a problem that we heard today. He also has anxiety and self-injurious behaviors. Next, we heard from Tessie, who's the mom of 22-year-old Amadi, who has a SHANK 3 variant. She developed severe psychiatric illness at age 14 and was later diagnosed as bipolar disorder. She also has severe obsessive compulsive disorder. Tessie stated, "She's fragile, and we are sad and tired and worried." Next, we heard from Angela, who's the mom of 13-year-old Chase, who has a class 1 deletion. Chase has frequent falls, delayed speech, and feeding issues, including severe acid reflux that leads to vomiting. He has sleep issues, and he needs a 1-to-1 aide at school, and he struggles with needing diapers because he's unable to say when he needs to use the bathroom. And our last speaker from the morning was Kathy, who's the grandmother to Ethan, who had a class 2 deletion. He had hypotonia, which led to low oxygen levels. He developed intellectual delay, no speech, nystagmus, unsteady gait, sleep disturbance, and needed a G-tube for feedings. He developed a seizure disorder, and sadly, Ethan passed away in his sleep at the age of 6 years old. So we've heard in the morning that PMS can cause global regression. This was such a problem for people where sometimes their child had mild deficits maybe, but then regressed. Mobility issues, developmental delay, speech and communication issues were highlighted again and again, and the inability to care for themselves. Symptoms include autism, ADHD, seizures, pain tolerance, hypotonia, GI issues, sleep issues, and psychiatric problems. We also heard that PMS prevents differently with varying symptoms among different people. In the afternoon, we shifted gears a little bit to hearing about treatments that people are trying with PMS. We heard from another panel. We heard from Lizette, who's mom to 11-year-old Ricky, who has a SHANK 3 variant. They tried neurofeedback and chiropractic, along with a variety of meds to try to help him sleep. He benefits from OT, PT, behavior therapy, and speech therapy. And they said they'd be very willing to participate in a research study and currently are in a natural history study. Mike is dad to 21-year-old Matthew, who has a class 2 deletion. They tried Ativan to treat catatonia, but it tends to wear off. He also receives IVIG treatments, but needs to be sedated to sit still for the 4-hour-long infusions. They're hesitant about research studies because Matthew tends to have unusual reactions to meds. Next, we heard from Shiori, who's mom to 7-year-old Sammy, who has a class 2 deletion. She uses clonidine to help with sleep and Keppra for seizure control. Shiori says that she hopes for better treatment for the seizures and for the hypotonia and improvement in communication skills. This would be life-changing for their family. Lacey is mom to 9-year-old Avonlea, who has a class 2 deletion. PT and OT are critical to help with the hypotonia. She also uses hippotherapy and aquatic therapy, and better treatments for hypotonia and seizure control with fewer side effects would improve all areas of Avonlea's life. And finally, in the afternoon, we heard from Avis, who's mom to 8-year-old Bennett. Bennett has had elopement issues and was tried on amphetamine and dextroamphetamine, which triggered psychotic episodes. He receives PT, OT, speech and recreational therapy, and music therapy, but he's been dropped by multiple therapists, which has been a big issue. He uses a helmet and leg braces, and he really needs help with his impulsivity. So in the afternoon, we heard about the tremendous unmet medical need in the PMS community and the lack of disease-modifying therapies. Each of the major symptoms, including regression, impaired mobility, cognition decline, seizures, pain, GI issues, psychiatric issues, and communication issues, they all have incredible quality of life impacts and rob many of these kids of their childhood. medical treatments are symptomatic, and therapies include PT, OT, speech, and aquatic therapy. And it can be challenging to find a correct seizure regimen. There are ongoing studies for new treatments, which include gene therapy. So now to close the meeting, we'll be going back to Geraldine in the studio. Thank you.
For that wonderful summary, Larry. Now to provide some closing remarks, it's my pleasure to introduce our partner, Kate Still, the Scientific Director of the Phelan-McDermid Syndrome Foundation. Kate, take it away.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. This has been an incredible day hearing personal insights that spotlight some of the biggest challenges associated with Phelan-McDermid syndrome, for which better treatments are urgently needed. As a patient advocacy group, we hear accounts like this frequently, but we are proud to be a partner on this project of having these stories packaged and delivered in the same space as the FDA and other clinical stakeholders, which has been really powerful and frankly emotional to see. We will always be committed to helping families find support, solutions, and to urgently push for effective drug development from each and every angle we can. Looking forward, all the information from today will be compiled into a voice of the patient report, which becomes a long-lived document that can be used by the FDA and by drug developers to inform decisions about drugs for PMS. This report and the recording of this meeting, along with a transcript of the meeting, will all be available on both the Phelan-McDermid Syndrome Foundation website at pmsf.org and CureSHANK's website at cureshank.org. You can also submit any new comments to be included in the report over the next 30 days at the CureSHANK PFDD website. The video and report will be publicly available to everyone once it's published and posted. And now, on behalf of everyone involved in this meeting, I'd like to say a few thank yous. First, the biggest thank you goes to the PMS families who shared your experiences. You all told difficult stories for the good of the community, and whether you were a speaker, a discussion starter, called in, or wrote in with your insights, we are so thankful to you. I'd also love to thank the FDA for giving us permission to hold this meeting, and to the FDA staff who tuned in today. Special thanks to Will Llewellyn from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff who guided us through this process. Thank you to Dr. Bryan from the FDA for your perspectives on the importance of externally led patient-focused drug development meetings, to Dr. Kolevzon for the very knowledgeable clinical overview of PMS. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for all of their work producing the meeting, and to James Valentine, Larry Bauer, to PMSF staff, and CureSHANK staff and leadership team who worked so hard to plan this meeting. Thank you to all of the supporters of this meeting, sponsors, Jaguar Gene Therapy and Neuron Pharmaceuticals, and partner organizations. We're very happy to partner with CureSHANK on this important project. I think the impact of this meeting will certainly be felt for years to come. And now back to you, Geraldine, to wrap up.
Thank you, Kate. Our collaboration with you, Ronnie, and other colleagues at the Phelan-McDermid Syndrome Foundation has been such a pleasure, and your involvement has been an important part of the success of today's meeting. This has been an incredible day of personal insights to help us all better understand PMS and its impact. A big thanks also to my fellow CureSHANK board members, Talia Silva, Abby Levensey, and Paulina Rychenkova, who have given their hearts and souls and countless hours to the planning of today's meeting. But a huge thank you goes to you, my fellow community of PMS caregivers. Thank you for honestly sharing the lived experiences of PMS. This meeting could not have been as impactful or enlightening without each and every one of you. As Kate said, today's program will be available on demand immediately at the conclusion of the meeting. We really encourage everyone to submit comments for the report over the next 30 days so that they can be added to the voice of the patient report. Today's meeting will have a lasting impact on the future of PMS research and medical product development. So once again, to the entire community, thank you for making your voice heard today.